Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Proctor and MICHAEL ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Freaky Friday. Boy, it's Freaky Friday today, huh? Today's Friday, June 5th, 2026. Do you ever have so many things to talk about or so many things to do that you just don't know where to start? And so you just totally procrastinate and you don't do any of them? Or is it just me? So many things to talk about tonight that I don't even know what to do first. But trust me, I think I pretty much have it all. I mean, because you just can't make it up, can you? You just can't make it up. How many of you watched Karen Read this morning on the Today Show? Did anybody watch it? I'm sure everyone has seen that by now, unless you're living under a rock. It's Melanie at Dusk. There could be adult language and content. Oh, Scott, I got to this comment before you did, but this woman made a comment about on the show that I did reading the Proctor text messages lawsuit. And she said, you know, I tried watching this, but I just couldn't believe that you said the some word and some other word. And I was just thinking to myself, like, really? There's always somebody that's got to complain about something, right? Every single other YouTuber, law tuber that I watched read that complaint, read it pretty much word for word, except for Ian Runkle, who, by the way, just dropped a show and a couple hours ago. It wasn't a live show. It was a video. Go watch it. He thinks that Proctor should be in jail. He thinks that Proctor should 100% be in jail for grape and other things. Interesting, right? The Today Show irritated me. I thought it was terrible. Terrible. I thought the people who interviewed Karen knew nothing about her case, pretty much. And the one guy was like, what's it like, you know, when you walk around, like, and don't you think that everyone's like looking at you and knowing that you're thinking that you killed your boyfriend? Like, dude, what? Do you have any idea how much support she's had through both? Billy Bush was great. I'm going to play a little bit of that for you. Alan Jackson was on Billy Bush this morning. Then Karen Read was also on World News Tonight. I just watched that on channel ABC. It's channel 7 here in New York. That was kind of a nothing, but I've got some clips of it to show you. Alan Jackson disclosed on the Billy Bush show, we already knew this, that Michael Proctor is scheduled to be deposed on Monday. Alan is doing the deposition and he's in Boston. And Michael Morrissey has made a statement. I'm going to show you that. Michael Proctor has just made an emergency motion to not have to do his deposition on Monday because of some, I don't know, conflict in his plans. And Judge Gildea is pissed. And he has scheduled a hearing for bright and early Monday morning at 8:45 a.m. So we're going to see what happened with that. I also, what has been on the back burner is the opposition to, no, it's the reply memo of law filed by the Hos defendants in the federal case of Karen Read versus everybody. Remember, they moved to have the case dismissed due to anti-Slapp. And then recently, we just went over Karen Read's response to that. And the Hos defendants replied. That was only 2 days ago. It already feels like a year ago. I've got that for you. I've got... there's already a decision on the protective order. That hearing was yesterday. It was not live streamed. I think Michael Bryant was there from Justice Serve TV. They would not let him live stream it, but I think he did record it. There's already a decision on that protective order. That is the case in which, the defamation case in which Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert have sued Read Kearney and Karen Read for defamation, and they wanted a protective order protecting all of their communications with the Norfolk DA's office. And they're trying to force Karen and Aiden to sign a protective order. And Karen and Aiden are like, yeah, no. We're filing anti-Slapp motions. All discovery is going to be stayed. And by the way, why should their texts be private? They just want their privacy, and yet they're on a worldwide privacy tour like Harry and Meghan on South Park, which is part of the thumbnail for you tonight. So much to say, so much to say, so much to say. It just so happens that it is Dave Matthews' summer tour at this time as well. And where do we start? Well, let's start here. Also, Aaron Spencer's case was dismissed. And in case you did not hear that breaking news, I covered it last night. And the thing is that I have to do these shows when I can because my schedule personally is so busy. Again, I do not look at who else is live. I can't. If I worried about that, I would never get my own damn shows done. We covered that last night. The judge in Arkansas dismissed the entire case against Aaron Spencer because the prosecution and the DA's office and the law enforcement involved with the investigation of the Aaron Spencer case hid evidence, proctored evidence, doctored evidence, lost a SIM card in a dash cam inside the vehicle of the decedent Michael Fossler, whom Aaron Spencer admittedly shot to death while he was in the process of graping. Well, not exactly graping. He had graped her earlier in the night. He was 67. Aaron Spencer's daughter was 14. You know the whole story. He was kidnapping her and likely was probably going to kill her because she was the only witness against him in the 47 or 43 felonies that were pending against him for the exact essay of Aaron Spencer's daughter. Well, the judge in that case, Judge Ralph Wilson Jr., I think, it's like 1/100th of what they did to Karen. Yep. And the judge tossed that case right out on its ass. And that's the way justice is supposed to happen, friends. That's what's supposed to happen in cases like this. It's just so happens that in the Karen Read debacle, we didn't see that happen because Judge Cannoni never even had an evidentiary hearing because she didn't think it was important. And she just ruled on her own that, all of these cumulative errors of missing, doctored, proctored, hidden evidence, failure to investigate, failure to follow their own procedures in MSP and Canton PD, none of that stuff mattered because they really, really, really wanted to pin it on the girl. And so today is kind of like a combo show. It's going to be all things Karen Read, Turtle Boy, defamation, wrongful death, federal lawsuit. We're going to cull it all together. And we're going to look at some of Karen's interviews from today. And we're going to see what was good, what was bad. Judge Wilson is a breath of fresh air, says Caroline. We're going to watch some video. We're going to read some papers. I don't even know where to go first with this. One of the things I did see today, it looks like Sue O'Connell might actually be seeing the light after she saw these text messages. She had something to say over on Instagram. Let's take a look. Did anybody see this? Because this might be something you didn't see yet. So let's take a look at this first. Sue O'Connell, who calls herself she calls herself like an investigative journalist, not a journal. I don't know what she calls herself. A commentator, not a journalist. I don't know. But apparently she used to live in Canton. And so this, I find this very, very interesting. Hold on one second. So let's just pull this up first because you might have missed this if you're not on Instagram. This is of a commentator, not a reporter. Here you go. And she says on her Instagram, Karen Read's new lawsuit is not just about ugly texts. It's about who gets a badge, who gets power, who gets trusted to investigate the rest of us, and what happens when the warning signs were allegedly there all along. The complaint claims former Massachusetts State Police investigator Michael Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode traded years of racist, anti-Semitic, misogynist, anti-Asian, and homophobic messages. And the most chilling part is not just what they allegedly said. It is the power they had while saying it. They had badges, they had guns, they had the ability to shape a criminal case. This case has gone far beyond what happened to John O'Keefe or whether Karen Read was framed. It's now about the systems that decide. And then she goes on, and for some reason I can't log in on my computer, so let's listen to her.
In Massachusetts, the men allegedly saying this were law enforcement. They had badges, they had guns, they had the power to investigate, arrest, search your phone, and shape a criminal case against you. Now, of course, Read was accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV outside a Canton, Massachusetts home back in 2022. She said she was framed. Her first trial ended in a hung jury. The second trial, she was acquitted of the major charges tied to O'Keefe's death. Now she is suing the Massachusetts State Police and the town of Canton. And the complaint includes pages of alleged messages involving 2 law enforcement officers tied to the investigation. You'll know the names. Former state trooper Michael Proctor, who led the Massachusetts State Police investigation, and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode, who worked the initial Canton investigation. Now, the lawsuit calls them bigots. Now, this one hits particularly close to home for me because I lived in Canton. I'm a lesbian with an Asian American daughter, and I chose Canton because it felt welcoming. It had a large Jewish community, a large Asian American community, gay families. It was diverse. There was a sense of acceptance, and for me, it was welcoming. But now I'm reading a complaint alleging that 2 law enforcement officers who were my neighbors talked about people like me and my family with language that I cannot and will not repeat here.
I guess I'm surprised that she's so surprised, right? I'm surprised that she is so surprised about this because, yeah, wasn't she? I mean, I don't remember whose side she was on, but she lived in Canton. So this is personal for her. That's what it says. Breaking, Karen Read files lawsuit. This one is personal. And I'm surprised that she's surprised.
Sean Goode was part of the police department charged with keeping families like mine safe. And Michael Proctor was a state trooper working around communities like mine. So this case has gone far beyond what happened to John O'Keefe and what happened to Karen Read. It's now about who gets a badge, who vets them, who supervises them, and who looks the other way when things don't seem to be the way they are. Now, according to the complaint, the Boston Police Department did not hire Michael Proctor, but the Massachusetts State Police did. And years later, Michael Proctor allegedly wrote, "No idea how I passed the background." No kidding. That may be the most important sentence in the whole lawsuit because Karen Read's lawyers are not just saying 2 men failed. They're saying the systems failed before these men even touched her case. So what do you think? Should we have higher standards about who gets to be police officers in the United States? Let me know and follow me. I'm Sue O'Connell. I was in the courtroom nearly every day for both Karen Read trials, and I'm a commentator here at NBC10Boston.com.
Right, she's a commentator. She's a commentator.
Is used 23 times. There are.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that was the very beginning of it. Here, wait, hold on. I forgot to play the very beginning. The N-word was used 23 times. She started. That's how she started.
12 anti-Asian slurs, 13 anti-Semitic references, 15 slurs targeting women, and that's just my count of slurs from one civil lawsuit filed today by Karen Read in Massachusetts. The men allegedly saying this were law enforcement. They had badges, they had guns, they had the power to investigate, arrest, search your phone, and shape a criminal case against you.
Right.
Now, of course, Read was accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV outside a Canton, Massachusetts home back in 2022. She said she was framed. Her first trial ended in a hung jury. The second trial, she was acquitted of the major charges tied to O'Keefe's death. Now she is suing the Massachusetts State Police, and the town of Canton. And the complaint includes pages of alleged messages involving two law.
I think I didn't see the beginning of it, right? Or is this the end of it? Hold on. Did I already play this part again already? I thought I missed the very beginning of it.
Enforcement officers tied to the investigation.
Yeah, okay, so that's where it was. And I guess I missed the beginning part of it because I was trying to get it to load. So there's that. I mean, better late than never, I guess, right? Better late than never. Right, they were not protecting families like yours. That's true. That's right. Oh my goodness. Barry Adams is here and he gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. You're so very generous today. Thank you very much, Barry Adams. I appreciate you more than you know. Let's move to Michael Morrissey's statement because this just broke. Thank you to Christina, who just sent this to me. Literally, this just broke like very, very shortly ago. There's no video on it yet, just a news article, which I will read to you from. Hold on, unless this is it. Nope. Hold on. Norfolk DA Morrissey responds to Proctor's racist texts unearthed in Karen Read lawsuit. They have a nice visual here, so I'll put this up for you while I read the article because okay. Wow, remember his hostage video? Let's see what he's got to say about it now. Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey responded Friday to the shocking series of racist texts from former state police investigator Michael Proctor that were revealed in a new lawsuit filed by Karen Read. Quote, the egregious and offensive information discovered on former Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone is inexcusable. Former Trooper Proctor's outrageous comments do not reflect the values or beliefs of the hardworking men and women in the Norfolk County DA's office, Michael Morrissey said in a statement. I'm sorry, what? The other people who were in the group text messages with Michael Morrissey, Michael Proctor, also work for the DA's office. And Yuri Buchanan got up on the stand and said that this was this integrity was conducted with honor. This investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, right? But now you're telling us that these and Sergeant Goode was on there and other people were on there, dude. Read the room. The profanity-laced text messages between fired Massachusetts Trooper Michael Proctor and ex-Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode in the filing, which are highlighted by the rampant use of derogatory racial remarks aimed at African Americans and Asians, as well as offensively explicit references to women. In one instance, Proctor allegedly wrote, "America sucks. Hitler was really onto something. Then the U.S. had to step in and ruin it." In another text, after telling Goode about a crash in Canton, Proctor allegedly wrote, "Actually, take your time. I saw a racial slur was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working." There they are for your viewing pleasure. YouTube might not like it though, so I'll put up that other the other picture. Hold on. And it's funny that they picked the thumbnail. I mean, the little circle framed picture of Michael Morrissey from his hostage video. That's kind of ironic, don't you think? Here's the rest of Morrissey's statement. He says, in the fall of 2025, the Norfolk DA's office began providing the discoverable material on former Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone to defense counsel in cases in which Proctor was an investigator and to potentially affected entities. Morrissey continued. Read's suit claims Proctor and Goode were unfit for positions of public trust and had conduct that compromised the integrity of the case. I mean, this is not much of a statement here. Is there anywhere that has the actual statement just by itself? Hold on a second. Oh, please. Yeah, the thing when I type in Michael Morrissey's statement, the first thing that comes up is is his hostage video. Yeah, that's the statement. It's a brief statement. All right, back to this article. Proctor Marcy says that in the fall of 2025, they began providing Michael Proctor's text messages. Began providing the discoverable. If it was up to him, that never would have happened. The only reason they got Michael Proctor's cell phone is because Judge Doolin ordered it. Judge Doolin ordered it in the Miles King case for Rosemary Scapicchio. She's mad too. I have some video of her. Reed's suit claims Proctor and Goode were unfit for positions of public trust. Well, yeah, we know that now, and had conduct that compromised the integrity of the case. Even Sue O'Connell can see it. Michael Proctor and Sean Goode did not slip through the cracks. They are emblematic of the failure to responsibly exercise the trust and faith the public puts in these institutions, a statement from Reed's legal team said. Proctor and Goode were unfit for positions of public trust, and yet they were handed badges, promotions, and ultimately control of homicide investigations, despite harboring deep-seated and abhorrent anti-woman, racist, anti-Semitic, and homophobic ideologies for more than a decade. The DA's office says they are continuing to review cases Proctor worked on to ensure they were done without bias. Every single person who's in prison who's not a white male will be calling their lawyer incessantly to get their cases thrown out. Because some of these text messages that were quoted in the lawsuit go back to 2013. And many of them, as we know, Exhibit 1 was a thumb drive of all kinds of voice memos or voicemail messages. And some of them were broadcast on television. I'm going to show you that in a minute, too. The DA's office says they're continuing. Yeah, right, exactly. They're continuing to review cases he worked on to ensure they were done without bias. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think it was a one-time thing? The fact that he had the freedom to speak that way to Sergeant Goode and others without any sort of, I mean, most people are careful, right, about what they put in text messages because most smart people know that, you know, anything you put out on the internet or in your phone can be discoverable. He's not so smart. He must be the dumbest cop ever. Dumbest cop. And the freedom with which he just said these things to his coworkers, other law enforcement, is mind-numbing. Reed's attorneys claim the case shows what they call a culture of corruption that goes back years in both departments, 100%. Proctor's attorney has pushed back, arguing the texts were sent years before O'Keefe's death and have no bearing whatsoever on the investigation into Reed. Really? The lawsuit sets up a legal battle over whether those past messages can be considered relevant evidence. A judge will ultimately decide whether they factor into the case. Yeah, Michael Proctor's lawyer came out. And all of the simps for Proctor and the Hos defendants are out there saying, yeah, I mean, he's a jerk and he's a racist and he's a misogynist. But what does that have to do with Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with her car? I mean, you can't fix stupid, you know? Legal experts say the outcome could hinge on that decision, the decision on whether a judge will decide whether they factor into the case. Unlike a criminal case, this civil lawsuit carries a lower burden of proof, right, and much more generous discovery rules. The rest of this, we all know. In a statement, Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble called the lawsuit disturbing, noting the racist, sexist, and abhorrent comments absolutely do not reflect the values of the Massachusetts State Police. Right, except for all of his other cohorts that acknowledged his messages with thumbs ups and hearts emojis and laughing emojis like no nudes yet. Because it's not just Proctor. Proctor's just the one that got caught. He's the one that got caught. Let's take a look at how the news media in Boston, the local news media handled this yesterday. This is WCVB from last night. They're going to play for us some of the audio. Maybe if I can get it to play. Hello.
Good evening, Ed. After Karen Read was found not guilty of murder and manslaughter, she filed a first lawsuit against some of the witnesses and investigators who testified against her, including Michael Proctor. Now she has filed a second lawsuit claim against the police agencies that employed him. In one of the newly released recordings, former trooper Michael Proctor refers to black people using a derogatory term while reporting a car crash to another officer.
4-car accident, get on it. Just happened. That should take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
How did WCVB get a copy of the thumb drive? I want a copy of the thumb drive. I want to hear all these voice messages. They got them. They played them. For those of you who weren't here yesterday when we went over this, I think it was only yesterday. Second show of the day, first show of the day. I don't even remember. The bleeped out part is the N word. So listen to this again. I want to know who he called, who he made this voice message for. And every single, what if this man died in the car accident? This person, this black person. What if this black person died in that car accident? Because Michael Proctor said, oh, don't rush. Let him die. How many other people did he say that about? If you don't think that Miles King and Sean Johnson and all of the other black people that Rosemary Scapicchio represents, that she's been fighting so hard for, may have their cases dismissed because of this SOB, you might be wrong. That was sent to Goode. Well, how do we know that, though? I mean, a lot of the messages that were exposed in the lawsuit that was filed yesterday, it doesn't say who the recipient of those messages were. Some of them are from Goode. Some of them are from Proctor, but they're not necessarily just to Sean Goode. They got the messages of Sean Goode from Michael Proctor's phone. But Michael Proctor could have been saying them to God knows who. Oh, it was in the lawsuit that he said it to Goode? All right, well, let's just listen to it again anyway.
Using a derogatory term while reporting a car crash to another officer.
4-car accident, get on it. Just happened. That should take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
Proctor also allegedly used insulting language about women, Asian people, gay people, Hispanics, and Jews. In a text message to a friend, he allegedly wrote, "America sucks. Hitler was really onto something. Then the expletive U.S. had to step in and ruin it."
It shouldn't even, been text.
Oh, this was his apology tour. Remember his apology tour? And remind me, whoever did this dopey interview with him 2020, didn't they run this on the same day as Karen Read's acquittal? Because I seem to remember that. Here he was saying that he wouldn't do anything differently. And when I say to you, it is so much different to read a text message in print than it is to hear a voice message or hear audio of a person's voice. Tell me if you think that sounds so much worse. Hearing his voice saying it, I'm going to play it again. This is what I do here. Fair use and all. Hearing it in his voice, does it make you hate him more? Or does it not make a difference in your hate of him?
While reporting a car crash to another officer.
4-car accident, get on it. Just happened. That should take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
Let them
Proctor
die.
Also allegedly used insulting language about women, Asian people, gay people, Hispanics, and Jews. In a text message to a friend, he allegedly wrote, "America sucks. Hitler was really onto something. Then the expletive U.S. had to step in and ruin it."
It shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything.
Proctor has repeatedly insisted.
It's like, oh yeah, there's nothing, I wouldn't do anything differently. No, there's nothing I would do differently. Yeah, I shouldn't have been texting my friends that. It wasn't just your friends that you were texting, okay? It was your coworkers. And boy, he said he got all hyped up because, it was the death of a Boston cop and he let his hate get the better of him. He's been doing this for decades.
His emotions about the death of fellow police.
Right. They're going to talk about his emotions. Sorry, hold on. I got ahead of myself. I didn't remember which clip it was because I have like 10 of them pulled for you. It's so interesting how each different news organization covers it differently.
Been texting my friends anything.
Proctor has repeatedly insisted his emotions about the death of fellow police officer John O'Keefe led him to make those insulting comments about Karen Read. But in this new lawsuit Read has filed against state police and Canton police, she claims Proctor used such language for years and even discussed planting evidence on someone.
Literally shove a nightstick up plant a bag of coke on him and just be like, "You going in?"
Reed says former
I'm sorry. That deserves like 3 replays. Like literally shove an effing nightstick up his butt, plant a bag of coke, and tell him you're going in. Really? How many guys are sitting in prison right now for possession of cocaine that had Michael Proctor as their lead investigator that are now going to say they were framed? This, to me, is the most damning text, despite how horrific and vile, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, homophobic. This is the most explosive and the most damning, because this tells you that Michael Proctor is willing to cross that line and plant evidence to get a conviction. I would love to know when this was, because none of this stuff is dated yet. And you can bet your bottom dollar that the complaint that was filed yesterday contains 1 fraction of the horrific things that are in there, because they're not going to show all their cards just yet. Listen to that again.
and even discuss planting evidence on someone.
Literally shove a nightstick up his, plant a bag of coke on him and just be like, "You going in?"
Read
how blasé, the way that he says that. He doesn't say it like he's joking. He doesn't laugh afterwards. It's just very blasé. Like, this is what we do. And it gives so much so much more meaning. I'm twitching already. Between the text messages between Michael Proctor, Jeff Kukowski, Dave DeCicco, and Yuri Buchanan, when Michael Proctor was complaining that whack job ME, Irene Scordibello, would not change the manner of death from undetermined to homicide on John O'Keefe's death certificate, despite the fact that he and Yuri contacted her at least 3 times. And DeCicco said, amateur or something like that, novice, amateur, loser. You should have had me and Jeff do it. As if this happens all the time. This is just the tip of the iceberg, my friends. I've been saying it for years. I'm going to keep saying it until every single last one of them is in handcuffs. And we have a handcuff emoji for that.
Says former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode, who resigned just this week, used similar language to describe Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and Patriots owner Robert Kraft. She says state police and Canton police knew or should have known about these comments.
And rookie move. That's what it was. Rookie move. You guys are right. Rookie move. Rookie move. You should have had me and Jeff do it. Rosemary Scapicchio. First of all, she's dressed to the nines. I don't know where they found her yesterday outside of court. She and her daughter are like mommy and me. They have like matching outfits. Okay, Robert Kraft, did anybody ask him for a statement? Do you know if he gave a statement? Mayor Wu, who did give a statement, Maura Healy. We're going to look at that too. Here we go. Here comes Rosemary, and she's pissed.
She says state police and Canton police knew or should have known about these comments.
And we know the text better than anyone.
Defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio says she saw the messages months ago and has been trying to use them to have other cases Proctor investigated thrown out. But she says prosecutors have fought to keep Proctor's comments sealed.
Yeah. Why are we protecting Trooper Proctor, a former Trooper Proctor? If he's a racist person, then everybody should know. It should be transparent.
Both of them are looking beautiful in blue. James says, so if he'll plant a bag of coke and shove a nightstick up someone's butt, then he'll plant some taillight. You think? I don't know. Seems so much. It seems harmless, less harmful, I guess, to plant taillight than less egregious than planting a bag of coke, I guess, in his own twisted mind, right? She tried to tell us in court. And she said, why does he deserve to be protected, Judge? He doesn't.
Tonight, the head of the state police has released a statement calling these newly revealed text messages from Michael Proctor abhorrent and disturbing. And the town of Canton, which did an audit of its police department following the Karen Read case, said in a statement that it has made significant steps forward over the past 2 years. Live in Canton, David Bieniek, WCVB News Center 5.
David, thank you for that. We do have a link to the complaint. It's on our WCVB website and mobile app, and you can read it for yourself. And we also have complete coverage on the ongoing civil lawsuits involving some of the witnesses in Karen Read's 2 murder trials.
Tonight, Karen Read's law.
Okay, and here's WBZ. This is from last night on WBZ. See if they cover it any differently.
Tonight, Karen Read's lawsuit against police leads to new demands for accountability and change. Her legal action revealing hateful text messages allegedly sent by key investigators. Read says those messages prove the investigators shouldn't have been working as police officers. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Lisa Hughes.
And I'm David Wade. One of the officers is Michael Proctor, and we've heard some of the things he allegedly texted before. But what's in this lawsuit is even worse, and most of it too offensive for us to actually say on television. We have team coverage for you tonight. We begin with WBZ's Christina Rex. She's live for us in Taunton, where this lawsuit was filed. Christina?
Lisa and David, Karen Read's legal team says they are bringing this lawsuit to bring a, quote, unflinching reckoning to police in the state of Massachusetts.
Really reads like a public reckoning.
A stunning list of claims in a new lawsuit filed by Karen Read against state police and Canton police. Read claims the agencies negligently hired and retained officers who were racist and sexist, which tainted their investigations, like the murder charge she was acquitted of last summer. She names Canton police officer Sean Goode, who resigned on Tuesday, and fired state trooper Michael Proctor. Some of the texts allegedly found on Proctor's personal cell phone, quote, it should be punch a racial slur day in Canton today out of retribution. And quote, America sucks. Hitler was really onto something. Then the blank U.S. had to step in and ruin it.
Wasn't Christina Rex like anti-Karen Read kind of too? And she was like, you know, fawning over Paul O'Keefe when she did his interview and stuff. Here's Bill Read. Bill Read went on WBZ last night. Karen's dad. Here you go. Love Bill Read. Thanks, Peaches, for gifting a membership.
It kind of unnerves me, to be honest with. It kind of shakes me to my core. So I think it's a sad day.
Karen Read's father says his family knew more Proctor texts existed. Did you know how bad they would be?
Never. I didn't. I mean, who could imagine this? Who could imagine this?
WBZ tried to contact the officers named in the suit, but got no response.
Wait, what? The reporter went and knocked on Sean Goode's door. Is it Sean Goode's door or Michael Proctor's door? Is she going to be charged with witness intimidation? I mean, Read Kearney didn't even go knock on their door. He just yelled from a bullhorn in the street and he was charged. How does she have the right to go knock on his door? Oh boy. And now everyone knows where one of them lives and everyone knows what their front door looks like. Wait, look.
Who could imagine this? Who could imagine this?
WBZ tried to contact the officers named in the suit, but got no response.
That's okay. Sorry. If you're not looking at your screen because you're driving or on scaffolding or whatever, it is the reporter, not Christina Rex, the other woman, at someone's front door. It's got like a wooden plaque of a American flag on it with what looks like a forsythia wreath, a yellow forsythia wreath around it. I don't know. I think that's what it looks like. And she's knocking on the door. It's like a blue house with a blue door and white trim and some side windows next to the front door. And she's knocking on the door and they're saying that this is one of the law enforcement officers. And wow, if she doesn't get arrested, that is just one more way that you know that Read Kearney is being specially persecuted under the law. Maria says, I feel this is Karen's way of helping Aiden without saying it 100%. That's what she says. I mean, thank you, Darlene, for gifting 5 memberships. I really appreciate it. And welcome to all the new members. I was actually looking. I was lurking because I was gardening and I had my phone on speaker outside. And so I wasn't watching the chat, but I was in listening to Peter Tragos and I was gifted a membership and I wasn't even participating in the chat. So it can happen. It can happen. It's dark gray, not blue. I don't know. We want to fight over house color. It looks blue to me from here. Maybe I'm colorblind. I don't know. The point is, if she's knocking on one of their doors and they are now showing the world what this person's house looks like, how is that not witness intimidation?
We're not interested. Have a great day.
The Karen Read lawsuit count now up to 4 open cases. Read is currently suing Michael Proctor, Jen McCabe, and other witnesses from her case in federal court. Some of those same witnesses are suing Karen Read for defamation in state court. The O'Keefe family is suing Read for wrongful death. And now Read is suing state police and Canton police.
The simplistic view of this is that Karen Read's doing this to find money so that to support continued legal action against her.
And not only to make money.
I'm sorry, wait, what? She's doing this to make money so that she can afford to defend herself? Okay, let me explain something to everyone out there who seems to be an idiot, especially that Today Show host who was like, well, I mean, really, you're just looking for money, Karen, right? Here's the thing about civil court. That's the only thing you can get, okay? We can't turn back the clock to January 28th of 2022 and rewind everything so that this doesn't happen, okay? There's nothing else I can do as a plaintiff's attorney, as a civil litigator. I can't turn back the clock. I can't turn back the clock. I can't undo what happened to you. I can't heal your injuries. I can't heal your cancer that was caused by toxic waste. The only thing that I can do for you is get you money. That's the way our system works. Okay. So I can't get him to stop blogging about you. Let's hear that again. Actually, you probably could if you got like a protective order that prohibited it. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know who this girl is, Jennifer Roman.
The simplistic view of this is that Karen Read's doing this to find money so that to support continued legal action against her.
No, she's doing this because her life was destroyed and ruined by a corrupt police organization who framed her and planted evidence and manufactured evidence and hid evidence and tried her twice for murder. That's why she's doing this, because she's entitled to compensation. She's not doing this so she can make money to defend herself against the O'Keefe lawsuit, because the O'Keefe lawsuit is complete and total because they're never going to be able to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. I have the smartest chat on the internet. I know I do. And there are tons of auto adjusters in here for insurance companies. Not one of you would have paid that claim. Okay. Not one of you would have paid that claim as a car accident case because there's no evidence of a car accident. Okay. And you know it. And she's trying to hold them accountable. Yep, she said that on the Today Show too, because she was asked some pretty weird questions. Hold on, let's keep going.
Not only to make money, but to make a statement, our legal analyst says. Read's dad says the impact may be felt in other cases where Read is a defendant.
In the aftermath of these texts today, how do you ever put together any jury in a civil proceeding who doesn't have some inclusion of Jewish people, people of color,
that's right,
women? How do you ever do it? And how do you get beyond this hatred?
And in statements to WBZ, Canton police say they refute any broad stroke characterizations about their officers. Mass State Police called the text messages abhorrent and said they don't reflect their
refute any broad strokes. Oh, you mean like Kevin Albert losing his gun and badge? Did that not happen? Was that fake? Did somebody make that up? Yeah, we can't paint them with broad strokes.
Values, and the colonel actually reiterated that firing Michael Proctor was the right move. Now, coming up at 6 o'clock, hear more from Karen Read.
Yeah, don't try and dislocate your shoulder, Colonel Noble. I was watching another, I think it's going to come up. There's another piece where somebody refers to him as Massachusetts State Police Colonel Colonel Jeffrey Noble, Colonel. Like as if that's his name, Colonel. The Massachusetts State Police has known about these text messages since before Karen Read's first trial. Okay, because Michael Proctor had to testify in front of a federal grand jury and he was presented with all of them and they've known about him since then. And they did nothing because they thought she was going to get convicted.
Read's father, the impact he hopes this lawsuit has well beyond his daughter. Live in Taunton, Christina Rex, WBZ News.
All right, Christina, thank you. So what will be the fallout from this lawsuit?
To understand that, we have to understand how Proctor's texts came to light in the first place. Our team coverage continues now with WBZ's Louisa Moeller live in Boston. Louisa?
Lisa, David, here's how this happened. When Proctor's lewd comments about Karen Read came to light, defense attorneys went searching to see if he had sent other messages about other defendants. In one case, he had to turn over a relatively recent phone, but get this, there was cloud storage on that phone with 10 years, over 10 years worth of text messages.
One of his defenders on somebody sent me this screenshot. I don't even remember who it was that tweeted this, but they were like, "Do you really think that Michael Proctor is stupid enough to not delete his entire iCloud?" Or I don't even remember like how stupid this tweet was, but I was like, apparently he thought he was smarter than everyone else. He thought he set his phone to delete everything every 30 days. And that's why his attorneys so willingly handed over to Judge Doolin to give to the Commonwealth. And they did the total phone extraction. And they were like, we got 12 years with the data, hundreds of thousands of messages and photos of intimate body parts and nudes and horrific things. And here's Rosemary Scapicchio again. Let's see what she said to WBZ. It's all because of her. It's all because of Rosemary that this stuff came out, because she wouldn't quit. She ain't got no quit either, by the way.
And you don't leave your racism at the courthouse door when you start an investigation. It infects and plagues every single solitary thing you do in the investigation.
Defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio is fired up. For months, she worked to get access to more than a decade of text messages from former trooper Michael Proctor's personal phone. The disgraced Karen Read investigator, also the lead investigator in the case of her client, Miles King, who's accused of a 2021 murder. Through her motions to get Proctor's texts, Karen Read's legal team got them too. And now that they've been released in civil court, she wants to know why they're not public in criminal court.
We're disappointed that on the criminal side, when we're not talking about money, we're talking about someone's liberty, someone's life, we're still fighting to be able to file a motion that we filed to dismiss in the Miles King case, not under seal.
The latest allegations against Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode also making waves in the race to replace Norfolk County District Attorney MICHAEL MORRISSEY, in whose office Proctor served.
The fact that they were right down the hall and pretended not to know.
Okay, here's DeJuna Perkins. Okay, she's running for Norfolk DA, and she really should just drop out of the race. Okay, she should just, I'm just going to say it. She should just drop out. Where have you been? Where have you been this whole time? You did a couple interviews with a YouTuber, and like, where have you been? You had so many opportunities to come out in front of this. And now you're going to say something. Is it just me, or does anybody else think she should drop out of the race too? Listen, that was Michael Morrissey in his puffy jacket. We have a puffy jacket emoji too. That was first created for, I think, Timothy Nuttall, the one who was insisting that John O'Keefe had a puffy jacket on. But now that Michael Morrissey can't put a proper overcoat on, this was the statement that he gave after Brian Walsh was convicted. Because, a 5-year-old could have convicted Brian Walsh.
Attorney Michael Morrissey, in whose office Proctor served.
The fact that they were right down the hall and pretended not to know that this was going on is absolutely horrifying. And all of us in Norfolk County have lost faith in that district attorney's office and in that state police unit.
It took you until now to lose faith in the Norfolk County district attorney's office? It took this? This is what it took? Not 2 persecutions of an innocent woman for a man who wasn't hit by a car and charges upgraded to murder? Ma'am, step aside, ma'am.
Candidate Juna Perkins said it's time to revamp the office from top to bottom.
The first thing I will do is a top to bottom audit of the entire district attorney's office.
Candidate Adam Deitch said this.
Michael Morrissey should resign effective immediately his position as district attorney.
Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. You need to be a little bit stronger in your conviction. She who hesitates is lost, girl. Okay. He's demanding for Michael Morrissey to resign. You think that's going to happen? Probably never in a million years.
And the impact may ripple beyond Norfolk County. In Scapicchio's opinion, the text should take their toll on every case Proctor or Goode touched.
Mm-hmm.
If Trooper Proctor was involved in any part of an investigation on the criminal side, it will be impossible for the Commonwealth to justify how he wouldn't have made racist decisions during his investigation, and the cases should be dismissed.
Now, we reached out to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for a comment, and a spokesperson told us no comment. Live in Boston, I'm Louisa Moeller, WBZ News.
All right, Louisa, thank you.
A new chapter in the Karen Read saga. She is
Okay, so this, Boston 25, this was from also last night, I think.
The Canton Police Department and state police, claiming a culture of bias and corruption led to her being wrongfully prosecuted. Boston 25 News reporter Ellie Marillo is in Plymouth with the state police response.
Well, this new 87-page lawsuit accuses both agencies of negligence and misconduct. Read's attorneys claim this case exposes what they're calling a culture of corruption within both departments. Karen Read is taking legal action against Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department. This new lawsuit not only alleges Read was wrongfully prosecuted, but claims key evidence was mishandled in the criminal murder case involving Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Read's first trial ended in a mistrial. She was acquitted in June of 2025. The lawsuit also takes aim at former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode. Read's attorneys claim both were unfit for positions of public trust, pointing to vulgar and derogatory text messages. Superintendent Colonel Jeffrey Noble called the messages disclosed in Karen Read's civil lawsuit racist and sexist in a statement Thursday, saying they do not reflect the values of the department and support his decision to terminate former trooper Michael Proctor. Proctor was the lead investigator in Read's murder case and was fired from state police in March of 2025. Goode, who responded to the scene of O'Keefe's death, resigned from the Canton Police Department this week.
Look at his face. Oh, there's Dina. Wait, look at his face. He's got such a blank stare on his face. It's like, what do you think his thought bubble is saying? And this was back when he testified, which I think he only testified during trial 1, right? D-Nice is here. D-Nice is here. She's a nurse. I love my nurses. Nurses, you guys are doing the Lord's work. You know you are. Here's Tiny Mary for the nurses. Says Adam Deitch, Norfolk County, there is a debate in Medway, Mass. on 6/17/26. Put it in your calendar. Let's hope that Tim from Canton Community TV shows up and broadcasts it for all of us to see.
The scene of O'Keefe's death, resigned from the Canton Police Department this week.
They're in a fight for their life. It's hard. This is a big machine, and it's hard to throw a punch at the machine that's been going.
Read also faces a separate wrongful death lawsuit filed by John O'Keefe's family. A hearing on a protective order and discovery was continued until July 14th. In Plymouth, I'm Ellie Morillo for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Also this afternoon, the town of Canton tells Boston 25 it has tried to communicate with Read's legal team, but never got a response. They also say they have not been served with a lawsuit yet. In a statement, the town says it has faith and confidence in new police leadership, writing the department is poised to move further ahead as a modern public safety agency, which the citizens of Canton rightfully expect and deserve. Boston 25 covered both of Karen Read's murder trials. She was acquitted in the death of Officer John O'Keefe last year. You can find our extensive reporting on those trials and the latest about her current civil cases on our website.
The only person who did any pro Karen Read coverage, by the way, was Ted Daniel. He did the best interview of Karen ever. That was the best one. It was in the car. Do you remember that one?
Boston25news.com.
Well, the days of hiding behind the badges are over.
Here's the one, I think, where the guy is going to say, Cologne. I don't remember what he said, but let's listen to it again.
Those are the words from...
Not again. I'm going to hear it again. You're going to hear it for the first time. This is from ABC News Live from last night.
Lawyers for Karen Read. She was acquitted, as you remember, in the death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, and now she's suing the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton, Massachusetts Police Department. She says the agencies negligently permitted violent misogynists.
Listen, pronunciation is hard. Negligently. Colonel, something like that. Yeah, listen for it. You got to listen for it.
Negligently permitted violent misogynists and bigots to...
Not violent misogynists, virulent.
...to target her. That lawsuit adding that police will answer for what they built and what they concede and what they did to her. Legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer joins me now to break it all down. So what do you think? What does Karen Read have to prove here?
Karen, it's a big case, but this was a big criminal trial for Karen Read. And ultimately what has to happen here, there are three major claims.
There's a hot mic there. Hold on a second. She said something. Wait a second. What?
Karen, it's a big case, but this was a big criminal trial for Karen Read.
Did you hear it? She said, I butchered that. Listen to it again. She said it. She said, I butchered that. Turn it up on your end. Hold on.
What do you think? What does Karen Read have to prove here?
Karen, it's a big case, but this was a big criminal trial for Karen Read. And ultimately what has to happen here, there are three major claims here. There's negligence, as you pointed out, to the state of Massachusetts troopers, as well as the Canton police through the town of Canton, but also what's called civil conspiracy. And what Karen Read's going to have to prove, and a lot of it she seemingly pointed out in her own criminal case through her attorneys, is that both the state and the city knew of the bad apples within their ranks, did not remove them when certain facts came to light, in fact, promoted many of them, as some of the allegations are here, and continued for this miscarriage of justice to continue. It's a level of incompetence or negligence that they're claiming is so high that it rises to a level of a civil claim. And of course, that conspiracy that people worked in conjunction or in tandem with each other to try to prosecute a now not guilty person who Karen Read is saying was innocent all along, and put together this case in a way to vilify and try to criminalize non-criminal actions.
But does the fact that Karen Read beat her murder case work in her favor here, you think? It's emboldened her?
Yeah, so I don't want people to think, and as many of my clients have in the past, think, hey, I beat the case, I was found not guilty, so now I can clearly prosecute the police, because that's not always the case. But here, Karen Read's case, I think, is a little bit more right for the actions that she's alleging here. This was a case where it seemed like there was a brazen cover-up, that the allegations against Karen Read could not have been anything but a fabricated lie against Karen Read, and she carried that argument throughout her trial. She was found not guilty in large part because of that, and that she's able to prove that at such a high level of a criminal case beyond a reasonable doubt. I would imagine at a much lower burden of preponderance of the evidence that in the civil case, and of course all of the fanfare and the media press around Karen Read in this case, and what many of us know and believe the case to be, I would think the way in which her case was all.
Oh, he said what many of us know and believe the case to be. I think he's a friendly. You think he's a friendly? I think he's a friendly.
Not just in the fact that she beat it, is going to help her in the civil case.
Good. Well, what happens next? Do you think it's going to go to trial?
Ma'am.
So right now it's a complaint, and
ma'am, it's day one. Okay, it's day one. The complaint was just filed. Who? I've never seen that reporter before. The woman. I've never seen her before. But ma'am, it has just been filed. You think it's gonna go to trial? I like him for like not rolling his eyes at the questions.
And I think the most damaging part of this case, where it might not go to trial, where I think you and I probably want to see this go to trial, to see the light of day and see the allegations come through to full fruition.
He wants to see it happen. Who's this guy? We got to find out his name. He wants to see it happen. He said, we all want to see it happen. Listen to him. That's his name, Brian Buckmeyer. Brian Buckmeyer is a friendly Cilantro Jones. Listen to that again. I'm so not used to hearing reporters say things like this. Hold on.
The most damaging part of this case, where it might not go to trial, where I think you and I probably want to see this go to trial, to see the light of day and see the allegations come through to full fruition. I think that the process of getting discovery, the process of people sitting down for a deposition, is going to be so harmful to the city and the state that they're going to try to resolve this case as quickly and as quietly as possible. The state and the city has already seen what a black eye the Karen Read case has left on them. I think if they go even deeper and they focus not on whether or not Karen Read is guilty or innocent, but whether or not this city turned a blind eye to the corruption that is alleged in this civil case, I think they want nothing of that. And I imagine this getting resolved sooner rather than later. The only question is it a resolution that Karen Read will take? Or is she looking for more than a dollar amount? Is this about justice and bringing light to the corruption that she is highlighting allegedly happened based on the allegations with her complaint?
Brian Buckmeyer. Thanks, Brian.
Karen Read has filed a lawsuit against the Massachusetts State.
This is WBZ. All of you that are coming in here saying Proctor canceled his deposition for Monday, first of all, stop spreading misinformation, okay? He has made a motion, an emergency motion. He wants to cancel it. The judge has scheduled an emergency hearing at 8:45 a.m. on Monday. Don't come in with your misinformation. We're going to cover that soon. But that's not exactly true. He's trying to weasel his way out of it. Alan Jackson is ready to go. He's in Boston and he's ready to do it on Monday. So we're going to talk about that. But please make sure that what you're saying in the chat is actually accurate. Otherwise, it'll get deleted.
Police and Canton Police Department, claiming they tolerated a culture of bias and corruption. WBZ's Christina Rex is live in Plymouth. And Christina, this lawsuit reveals some extremely disturbing text messages.
It does, Paula. So the reason we're here in Plymouth is because a hearing for a different case involving Karen Read happened here in Plymouth this morning. But this explosive new lawsuit filed by Karen Read today claims that multiple police departments violated her constitutional rights when they investigated her, specifically with the use of former Canton police officer Sean Goode and former state trooper Michael Proctor. Now, the complaint contains over a dozen text messages allegedly between police officers. Here's just one example that allegedly came from former state trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. It says, quote, "America sucks."
Yeah, we heard that one already. Let's get to more of this. This is Dina again. So I guess this is just another WBZ. Let me go to my next one.
Karen Read files a lawsuit against state police and...
This is a rando channel. I think this is, well, not really a rando channel. This is like WJAR, which is, I think, Rhode Island, right? This might be the one with the mispronunciation.
Karen Read files a lawsuit against state police and Canton police. In it, disgusting text messages from police. We posted it on turn10.com because we can't report half of them. I'm Dan Janik.
And I'm Abby Buttacavoli in for Emily. It accuses them of leading a biased and corrupt investigation, among other allegations. NBC 10's Nicole Mader read through the lawsuit and brings us the details of text messages involved.
In messages too offensive to read out loud, a new civil lawsuit filed by Karen Read alleges that the officers who led the investigation against her had bigoted and distorted worldviews that tainted the investigation, and that both Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department either knew about their conduct or should have known. The evidence focuses on officers Michael Proctor and Sean Goode, reproducing years of text messages and communications that are racist, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, homophobic. At one point, Goode calls the mayor of Boston a derogatory term and makes sexual remarks about Massachusetts Governor Maura Healy. The suit alleges that investigators ignored evidence and failed to properly investigate other potential suspects. In a statement, Massachusetts State Police said the messages are entirely inconsistent with any basic standard of decency, and certainly with the expectations of a Massachusetts state trooper. But now, both agencies must file a plea in court.
These agencies, in some way, have to answer for these allegations.
Absolutely. And they are on notice. Nicole Mader, NBC 10 News.
New at noon, cleared by a court in the death of her boyfriend, Karen Read is now suing the Mass State Police and Canton Police Departments. She alleges they cultivated bias, bigotry, and corruption in officers. Attorneys for Read filed the lawsuit this morning in Bristol County Superior Court. Yesterday, Canton Police had announced Sergeant Sean Goode had resigned. Goode was working the night Officer John O'Keefe died and testified during Read's first trial. He was under investigation for allegations of misconduct, which were uncovered during an investigation into former Mass State Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in O'Keefe's death, who was later fired. Karen Read was accused of hitting and killing her boyfriend with her SUV after a night of drinking, but was found not guilty of killing him. So far, there's been no comment from Mass State Police or Canton Police on the lawsuit.
7 News now, Karen Read filing.
All right, where's the Maura Healy interview? Because I've watched so many of these today. Hold on. There is one that has Maura Healy in it. Let me see if it's this one.
A civil lawsuit against state police and Canton police. This is in connection with her criminal trial in which she was cleared of all serious charges. At the center of the lawsuit, troubling texts from investigators at the center of the trial. 7's Steve Cooper is live in Canton to explain.
Yeah, so this 87-page.
This is Steve Cooper. Is this the guy that Karen Read's on the courthouse steps saying, "We know who did it, Steve. We all know who did it, Steve." And then Steve also followed her or stalked her down to the restaurant after her acquittal, and she was talking to him then too. Is this the same Steve?
Complaint names both Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police, going on to describe what they say was a culture of bias and corruption.
He's right outside the Canton PD.
The lawsuit from Karen Read comes less than a year after she was found not guilty in connection with the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, during a snowstorm in Canton back in January of 2022. Now, Read's legal team has filed the 87-page complaint in Bristol County Superior Court in Fall River Thursday morning against both the state police and Canton police, saying days of hiding behind badges and promotions while peddling vile bigotry are over, adding the truth is coming out, and with it, an unflinching reckoning.
So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job.
Former State Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in the Read case, was fired back in 2025 for his disparaging texts about Read that took center stage at the trial. Just yesterday, Canton Police Sergeant Sean Goode, who testified at Read's first trial,
is it just me or does he remind you of Deputy Dog?
Resigned after he was accused of misconduct in connection with the case. Read's lawsuit includes dozens of disturbing texts establishing the hatred they say Proctor and Goode had for women, several minorities, and gay people. Read's attorneys writing Michael Proctor and Sean Goode did not slip through the cracks. They are emblematic of the failure to responsibly exercise the trust and faith the public puts in these institutions. By Thursday afternoon, State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble had issued a written statement on the lawsuit that reads in part, "These disturbing messages are entirely inconsistent with any basic standard of decency and certainly with the expectations of a Massachusetts state trooper. These racist, sexist, and abhorrent comments absolutely do not reflect the values of the Massachusetts State Police and are not tolerated within our ranks." Today's legal action comes while Read, in another case, is being sued by the O'Keefe family. But in this latest lawsuit, Read's attorneys are squarely focused on the state police and Canton police for what they maintain is an embedded culture of bigotry, misogyny, systematic failures, and institutional rot at the core of both organizations. And a footnote to all this, the town of Canton did issue a written statement this afternoon saying they haven't been served the complaint. And therefore, they go on to say they have no comment on this press release that was issued by Read's legal team. We're live in Canton. Steve Cooper, 7 News.
Yet another twist in the Karen Read case tonight.
Hold on. I have too many of these queued up, so I have to see where Maura Healy is. Here's Sue O'Connell. See what Sue O'Connell has to say on this one. Oh, here she is. Let's hear Maura, the governor, has to say. Hey, Gov, where you been all this time?
Local leaders, including Governor Maura Healy, are now reacting to these vulgar texts and voicemails.
He did not represent the Massachusetts State Police. What he did was outrageous.
In terms of the text messages, one of them names you by title and has a vulgar, insult that goes along with it.
I haven't seen that. What I do know is the way that he can.
See how she brushes that off? I haven't seen that. There was a vulgar text about you, Maura Healy. I haven't seen that. Listen.
Conducted himself.
One of them names you by title and has a vulgar, insult that goes along with it.
I haven't seen that. What I do know is the way that he conducted himself, what was part of his the earlier release of the work phone stuff. I mean, again, he was canned. He was fired immediately.
No, Mass State Police Colonel Jeff.
He was canned. He was canned. He was fired immediately. The only reason they're all talking about this now is because now it is national news. Okay, she was on World News Tonight. We're gonna look at that in a second.
Jeffrey Noble released this statement earlier tonight saying these comments
we heard about that. Sue O'Connell. Let's see what she's got to say. And Todd McGee, who I actually like. So hang on.
Disturbing messages on Commonwealth Confidential. Retired State Trooper Todd McGee and our courtroom insider Sue O'Connell both weighed in on all of today's developments.
This was their culture. So the question becomes, how many other people knew that they were behaving this way?
All of them.
That this was their ethos, these were their values, and this is how they would look at every single one of us at this table. If we called them, what text message would they have sent about each?
Sue, you were in the courtroom every single day for both trials. You were in the courtroom every single day when Michael Proctor testified and all of the horrific and misogynistic things that he said about Karen Read and her medical conditions and her body and nudes. Like, why are you so shocked about this now?
Each of us, if they had to help us in a time of need.
It's indefensible conduct, and you can't put a mask on it. You can't hide it. There is no way, to Sue's point, there's no way that you could hide that level of vitriol in your everyday communication.
Right, Todd.
Now, our Karen Read coverage, it continues online. We have a page up right now on NBC.
That's right. That's right, Todd. He knows it. I don't think we've seen the worst of it yet either. I think there's a ton more. Thank you, Fallen Hero, for your 2. Music to my soul. Did you see Grant post breaking down the edits to the Sally Port footage that were just released? Nope, I did not. Thank you for your 5. Maybe I'll get a chance to look at it when I can. Peaches, thanks for gifting a membership. Seize the day. Mel, serious question. Can Arkansas still prosecute Aaron Spencer? I guess you're talking about Aaron Spencer at a later date since it wasn't dismissed with prejudice. Like, thanks. I love you too, but the state would have to appeal. They have 30 days to file a notice of appeal. It can go up on appeal. If it is reversed on appeal, then they could retry him if they chose to. But that's a long ways away for Aaron Spencer. Great question. Harbinger of imminent death says, I do not for 1 second believe that either of these individuals had the guile to hide their character from those that knew them. No, because all these messages are group text messages, right? They were all involved in it. His superiors knew. Fanning knew. Fanning was a recipient in one of those group messages. No news yet. And he's like, I didn't see that message. I was on vacation with my 5 kids. I didn't even see it. And they all had plausible deniability and some BS. I know about Billy Bush, and I'm going to play it in a second. Can't do everything all at the same time. It's like wild. It's wild here tonight. It's wild. And their superiors did know because they were involved in a lot of the text messages. And in fact, we recently listened to an internal affairs investigation audio from, remind me, chat, was it Tully or Fanning? And they said the reason they were not allowed to reprimand Michael Proctor about his vile text messages after the grand jury February 2024 testimony is because they had to sign an NDA that they were not allowed to talk about it. So they couldn't even put it in his, quarterly review or whatever, his QBR, whatever the hell they do in the police department, right? It was Tully. Was it Tully or Fanning? One of them. Tully says, I signed an NDA, so I wasn't allowed to put it in his review. So, of course he got 5 stars for everything. Wild. Thank you for your 10 and for opening up that conversation and reminding me of all of those things that some people in the chat might not know. Lorna says, can they potentially find text with Higgins and the Alberts or McCabe's in Proctor's phone? Sure, if they were all in a group text message thread together, which we learned from reading the complaint yesterday. If you didn't watch that show, go back and watch it. There's a clause in the complaint that said something such as like, the Alberts and McCabe's backdoored their communications with Proctor through other people like Courtney Proctor, something I can't remember exactly, but what it said was, it made me believe, and we talked about it at the time, that there are definitely communications between Proctor and Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe. Why do you think they want their communications to be privatized? They don't want anybody to see them. We're going to take a look at the judge's order. After that, the sister, it said, Courtney. And so, whatever's in there is fair game. So if Proctor was communicating with those people, it's going to be in there. They got everything. They got it all. Great question. Thanks for being here for a month. Karen says, hi, Karen. I hope Sue O'Connell's message reaches anyone left in Norfolk County so they will vote Adam Deitch. That means a lot to help him beat Greg Conner. Thank you, Karen, for your 5. And Annie says, Howie Carr, 16 minutes. Proctor canceled his deposition. I love Howie, but I'm going to show you the actual papers. I'm going to show you what happened and what the judge ordered to happen on Monday morning. So he can try, but it doesn't mean the judge is going to allow him to. He filed a motion. I'll read it to you. I'll explain it to you. Aunt Bibi said, AJ said, Yuri was copied on many of these text messages. There's no way they can't say they didn't know. Yeah. We'll watch that. That's on Billy Bush, right, Bibi? I was there. I was in the chat. And then Billy Bush had to abort his stream and start a new one because Alan couldn't get his audio working. Mike says, this is regular blue conversation. It's not just the 2. I don't think all cops are like this, Mike. I refuse to believe that. I think that nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. And many of them are my moderators. I don't believe that. There are a lot of good cops, just like there's a lot of good priests, a lot of good lawyers, a lot of good doctors. Okay. There's also bad in every profession. Thank you, Teresa, for gifting a membership. Nona to 3. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Pat's lover Bobby says, gifted a membership. Thank you very much. And Nicole Ray, like Do Re Mi, says, listening to Karen made me teary. trying to get her point across today's show, missed the mark and respect. Yeah, I thought it was, I didn't like it. What an abhorrent legal analyst says, better with the Irish. Tonya says, give Rosemary all the texts. Yeah, thank you for your 5. At 4 Dread said they had a good town hall for Norfolk DA last night. I didn't see it. Boston Mom says, Haley, Noble, Canton. It's too little too late. Thanks, Boston Mom. Massive shenanigans. Melanie, Brian Buckmeyer is listed as a former Legal Aid Society Brooklyn public defender and now a consultant for ABC. I think I really like him a lot. See if I can try and find him and see if he'll come on the show. Thank you. I'm going to save that so that I remember to do that, in all my spare time. BB says, Mel, I guess Meatball forgot about the internal email his office sent to a select few, including Connor, October 2024. Subject, Proctor's cell phone messages. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, and BB Fia 10. And Cooley's in the gang is here. Thanks, Fia 20. To everyone in this community who has been boots on the ground since day one in this case, my family and I want to thank you for standing up for what's right and refusing to look away. The world is watching. Thank you very much for your 20. JW says, thanks, Mel, for explaining all the things to us. We love you and your snark. Also, thanks to the cupcake that gifted me a membership. Hos long until Karen is rich and Aiden is free. I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to be here for another year or two together, but I'm having fun. Are you? Thanks for your time. Let's take a look at Michael Proctor's motion to try and get out of his deposition on Monday, because we all knew the Monday deposition is supposed to happen, but oops. Let's take a look at his filing from just 2 p.m. this afternoon. Because of course he doesn't want to come in, because of course he's national news now. He's national news. One second. Okay. Here's a Michael Proctor's emergency motion for a protective order filed at 2:10 p.m. today, Friday, June 5th of 2026. He really, 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 really does not want to do his deposition. And this is in the Paul O'Keefe. It's in the O'Keefe versus Karen Read, the Waterfall and C.F. McCarthy's case. He's supposed to give a deposition on Monday, but he really, really, really does not want to. Let's see what this is here. This is the wrong thing. Hold on. I gotta get the right thing for you. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. And here it is. He's like, but I'm not even a party to this case. But I shouldn't have to come in. But. And you know how mad Judge Gildea is that none of these depositions have happened. And we watched a hearing the other day, or maybe I watched it myself on Zoom. I don't remember at this point, but Mark Diller, who is the plaintiff's lawyer, says, I'm the only one who's done any depositions, and they've done 3. The first one he did was Stephen Scanlon. The second one he did, we don't know who the 2 other ones were, but at that hearing, Aaron Rosenberg said, we're doing Michael Proctor's deposition on Monday. And so we all knew that it was going to happen. Here is what Michael Proctor is whining about this time. Emergency motion for a protective order. Non-party Michael Proctor hereby moves this honorable court pursuant to Rule 26C for a protective order as to his deposition, presently scheduled for June 8th of 2026. This motion is supported by ample good cause as set forth below. Mr. Proctor is not a party to this matter. He is, at best, a mere fact witness. All right, well, at best, if he's a mere fact witness, what is he at worst? A corrupt lead investigator on a case in which John O'Keefe, the decedent of the plaintiffs in this case, did not get hit by a car. And if you really, really believe that Karen Read is guilty, if you're one of those people, I know what the response says. Could you maybe not spoil it for the rest of the class? Thank you. I love when people come in here and they think I'm not on top of everything. I am on top of everything. Just let me get to it, please. If you really think that Karen Read is guilty, then you are the one who should hate Michael Proctor the most. You're the one, you should hate Michael Proctor more than anyone. I stand with Michael Proctor. His text messages have nothing to do with this case. No, but his really shitty investigation does. If Michael Proctor had done any sort of an investigation, you should be the maddest. He is at best a mere fact witness, although Ms. Read has litigated this case extensively in the media. To the best of the undersigned's knowledge, only 3 depositions have been taken in this case. This is the attorney for Michael Proctor who's filing this. And I guess Karen appearing on the Today Show at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time got him so fired up that he decided he was too verklempt to appear for his deposition on Monday. And so he forced his lawyer to write this letter and probably this motion, and probably paid him a hell of a lot of money. Because look, it was filed at 2:10 p.m. He's probably so triggered. He was so triggered by the 7:30 a.m. Today Show appearance that he was like on the phone to his lawyer like a bat phone. How much do you think it cost him to have this motion drafted? Ms. Read's desired litigation strategy aside, Mr. Proctor will be produced for his deposition. But the previously agreed upon date of June 8th of 2026, Monday, is no longer workable due to a variety of circumstances as described further herein. Given Ms. Read's unwillingness to accommodate a requested scheduling change and representations that she intends to go forward with the deposition, Mr. Proctor hereby moves for a protective order on an emergency basis. Footnote 1. They also knew from the Today Show, because that's filmed in New York and it was live, that Alan Jackson was in New York. And I think Billy Bush also promoted that Alan Jackson was going to be on his show today also. And so Proctor and his lawyer both knew that Alan Jackson was on the red eye to get here to take his deposition, and that might have triggered him too. He might have had a panic attack. I mean, after all, he's afraid of Aidan Kearney. So do you think he's afraid of Alan Jackson? Footnote 1 reads, pursuant to Superior Court Rule 9A D1, the provisions of Superior Court Rule 9A do not apply to emergency motions. As noted further below, and as it pertains to Mr. Proctor's personal circumstances, the undersigned was only recently made aware of the circumstances necessitating the continuance of the deposition. He's throwing himself at the mercy of the court, this lawyer. He's like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. My client's begging me to write this motion. And after all, I guess he's paying his bills, and I bill every 6 minutes, so I'm going to make the motion. Roman 2 background. The court is no doubt familiar with this matter, so Mr. Proctor will be brief. On or about January 23rd of 2026, counsel for Mr. Proctor accepted service of a deposition subpoena scheduling Mr. Proctor's deposition for April 21, 2026 at 10 a.m. That means that Proctor's lawyer, and I guess it's this guy, accepted service of a subpoena for his client, which is a nice thing to do because then they don't have to chase Proctor down, and a process server doesn't have to try and find him because he would avoid service, maybe, in my opinion. So the attorney accepted service of the subpoena that was served all the way back in January. And in January, they said, we're subpoenaing him to do a deposition 3 months from now, 90 days from now, April 21, 2026. But a month before that, on March 25th of 2026, counsel for Ms. Read indicated the need to reschedule Mr. Proctor's deposition due to a scheduling conflict and a judge refusing to accommodate the date. Right. So maybe Alan Jackson was on trial and the judge was like, yeah, I can't reschedule your trial. So with 30 days notice, they rescheduled his deposition. Thereafter, counsel for Ms. Read and Mr. Proctor worked to reschedule Mr. Proctor's deposition. On April 3rd, counsel for Mr. Proctor accepted service of a deposition, another subpoena, scheduling it for June 8th, 2026, which is this Monday. The undersigned advised counsel, so me, the guy writing this motion, let me just make sure it's a guy. Shouldn't assume. Yeah, Matthew Hamill. Me, this guy. I told Karen Read's attorneys of the scheduling conflict today, Friday, June 5th. Counsel for Ms. Read indicated that Ms. Reed would not agree to reschedule Mr. Proctor's deposition. Right. Alan Jackson flew in. He's on the red eye. She's paid her attorneys to be here. They also get paid for their travel time. Okay. This again is the Karen Reed. This is the O'Keefe versus Reed, McCarthy's, and the Waterfall case. So actually, insurance defense attorneys, insurance companies may be paying the defense attorneys, but regardless, Alan Jackson's time is worth money. And the carrier might be like, no, we're not adjourning it. We've already paid Alan Jackson. We paid for his flights. We're paying for his hotel. We're paying him for him to come and do this. And we're not adjourning it. You can't adjourn it on the eve of the deposition because it's Friday. Okay. Roman 3, argument. And again, this is pursuant to subpoena. This is pursuant to this attorney accepting 2 subpoenas on behalf of his client. Quote, the scheduling of trial, this is their argument. The scheduling of trial and the conduct and scope of discovery and protective orders are issues within the sound discretion of the motion or trial judge, citing some case law and pursuant to Massachusetts Rule of Civil Procedure 26. C, upon motion by a party or by the person from whom discovery is sought and for good cause shown. They have to show good cause. The court in which the action is pending, or alternatively on matters relating to a deposition, the court in the county or judicial district, as the case may be, where the deposition is to be taken, may make any order which justice requires to protect a party or person from annoyance, embarrassment, oppression, or undue burden or expense. Well, here's the thing about expense. Karen Reed has already paid for, or the carrier has paid Alan Jackson to be here. Are you saying the judge should make an order that you shouldn't have to appear because you're going to be embarrassed? I mean, there are a lot of reasons why you should be embarrassed right now, Mr. Proctor, that have nothing to do with you showing up for your deposition. Footnote 1. Wait, is this footnote 1? We already read footnote 1. Should this be footnote 2? Pursuant to Superior Court Rule 9A D1, the provisions of Superior Court Rule 9A do not apply to emergency motions. As noted further below, and as it pertains to Mr. Proctor's personal circumstances, the undersigned was only recently made aware of the circumstances necessitating a continuance of the depositions. He's only telling me right now why he can't be there. Is he going to like sex addiction rehab or something? Because according to Runkle, and we read all this too, could be a little grapey. Good cause exists for allowing the assistant motion due to 1, existing practice and trial obligations of Mr. Proctor's counsel. Wait, are you saying you have a conflict now? 2, Mr. Proctor's personal circumstances. Okay. And 3, the lack of any cognizable prejudice to Ms. Reed in rescheduling this deposition. Really? Again, money, 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 money. Because you didn't say anything about you having an existing practice and trial obligations. You said it was Proctor who told you that he was unavailable, and that's the whole reason for it. So this is very contradictory. First, counsel for Mr. Proctor were each scheduled to try 3 separate cases during the month of June, 2 of which did not ultimately go forward, 1 of which did go forward, and all of which required extensive trial prep. Okay. The undersigned was scheduled to begin a 3-week jury trial in the U.S. District Court on May 18th, 2020. Okay. That case settled on the eve of trial, as they do. Fusion. Okay, so his case is Fusion Learning Company versus the Andover School Committee. Okay. Attorney Crotty was scheduled to begin a multi-week jury trial in Superior Court in the matter of Louise Barron versus the town of Southborough. Worcester Superior, okay, which was continued at the final trial conference. Okay. Lastly, Attorney DeGangi, DeGangi, why does that name sound so familiar? Was engaged on trial in Superior Court in another case. The jury returned its verdict yesterday. Congratulations, I guess. These existing practice and trial obligations hampered counsel's ability to confer with and prepare Mr. Proctor in advance of his June 8th deposition and renders the June 8th deposition date an undue burden? No, it's not an undue burden. You know what, counselors? You work over the weekend. All your trials are done. You're saying that your case settled on the eve of trial on May 17th and you had no time to prep Proctor? Come on. When your client is being deposed, aside from prepping them, the only other thing you got to do is kick him under the table and hold his hand. Okay, you're not prepping. You don't have to prepare your whole entire questioning because you're not doing the questioning. Yeah, it wasn't a burden before today. Exactly. This might be the funniest argument of all, that the attorneys had too much work. Dude, you just said, the undersigned, you were supposed to go to trial May 18th, but it settled on the eve of trial. Okay, so you're available. You've been available since May 17th. Today's June 5th. What's the problem? Judge Gildea wanted them to do the deposition on Juneteenth because he doesn't apparently consider it a federal holiday, which I don't think worked out. I don't think that was a great thing for him to say on the record, but I don't know if it's getting any blowback. And then they go on to say, okay, it's not just us and we're overworked, Judge. Second, due to personal circumstances, Mr. Proctor has also been unavailable for deposition prep. Again, you got 2 days over the weekend to get it done. Nobody only works 9 to 5, 5 days a week anymore in this world. So maybe Jen McCabe could direct you over to where Michael Proctor's house is and you could go there. Maybe you could do that if your office for some reason is locked over the weekend. And you don't want him to know where you live. I wouldn't want him to know either. The undersigned only became aware of these circumstances recently. Counsel for Mr. Proctor will, if the court so desires, provide additional information to the court regarding Mr. Proctor's personal circumstances and the need to reschedule. Yeah, how about my client has surgery on Monday. He can't make it. He has an emergency surgery. He was just diagnosed with some fatal disease. Not he's been publicly humiliated and embarrassed by all of his text messages in Karen Read's lawsuit that were filed yesterday, and so he can't possibly appear. This is what he said to his lawyer. He's like, yeah, lawyer, Maddie, yeah, I can't make it Monday because I got an eye problem. Yeah, I can't possibly see showing up for this deposition. That's what he said. That's what he said. Footnote 2. As noted above, Ms. Read has litigated this matter extensively in the press. Dude, you did an apology tour on the same day as her acquittal, and you said there was nothing that you would do differently. Wow. Town of Canton's opposition to the defendant's motion to compel, noting that immediately after the administrative leave letter for a Canton police officer was produced to the defendant, however, wait a second. Hold on. This is in totally bad faith. This is in bad faith. And I'm going to tell you why, and you know why. Listen. As noted above, Ms. Read has litigated this matter extensively in the press. See Town of Canton's opposition to the defendant's motion to compel, noting that, because remember, they want to get all of Goode's personnel records and all of his prior complaints and his administrative history and all of his IA investigations. They said it's unduly burdensome. Noting that immediately after the administrative leave letter for a Canton police officer, right, Sergeant Goode, immediately after it was produced to the defendant, copies of the letter were posted online. Wow. You're just as dumb as your predecessor, who was excoriated in open court because Sean Goode's suspension letter was produced and made public because it was obtained pursuant to a FOIA request. It wasn't leaked by Karen and her team. I don't know who got it. It might have been Queen Corey Hopkins, but that's how it came out. So again, lie to the court. Not a good look. Not a good look. You really should have done a little bit more due diligence on this. If you were taking Proctor's word for it, you'd be a fool. So you're not going to tell us what his personal circumstances are, and you can't tell us because you're afraid it's going to leak to the press? Wow. Wow. Okay. Third, you do realize that this is public record, right? You do realize that all the civil filings are public record? This motion should be allowed because Ms. Reed cannot demonstrate any prejudice resulting from the requested relief. Yeah, but you know who's pissed? The judge. They're going to get yelled at. Aaron Rosenberg does not want to get yelled at anymore from Judge Mark Gildea. Just doesn't want to. Yeah, go on with your bad self, Carol. You know. You can go on with your bad self, Maddie. And not to be confused with Chris Maddie, who's the lawyer for the Hos Plaintiffs. This is a guy named Matt something. So Karen Reed cannot demonstrate any prejudice from Michael Proctor not showing up for his deposition. To be abundantly clear, Mr. Proctor is not seeking relief under Rule 26 that the discovery not be had. The relief sought herein just says that Rule 26 says discovery may only be had on specified terms and conditions, including a designation of the time, place, or manner. In other words, this is a scheduling dispute, not an outright refusal to produce the discovery sought by Ms. Reed. Ms. Reed can show no prejudice based on a short delay in completing one of the 20 depositions. Proctor's got to be done first before they all get their timeline together. And also, remember, he cried. He wanted Karen Reed's team to provide him with a copy of his phone extraction. And the court was like, yeah, no. Because Proctor got his phone extraction the day before his union lawyer dropped him like a bad habit, and he had to withdraw his post-commission appeal. So Proctor, your attorney has it. Everyone has it except for you. Here's the thing. When you're a client of an attorney, and I know the attorneys in the chat will back me up on this, your client's file, the file that you have for your client, is technically your client's property. So they are entitled to a copy of their file maintained in your office at any time. They can come and say, I want a copy of my file, and they're entitled to it because it's their file. Somebody said, I wonder if Proctor's celebrating Juneteenth. I think he is, because I think the Hos defendants are having a gala that night. And I'm sure he's invited because they stand with Proctor. Ms. Reed, so he doesn't have his prep materials. See, it's not his lawyers that have a problem because they can't prep him. They don't know what he said, and they want everything, and they can't get it because the judge said no. So Ms. Reed can show no prejudice based on a short delay in completing one of the 20 depositions Ms. Reed has indicated she intends to take. I think she should take 50. Moreover, per the Superior Court docket, the fact discovery deadline in this matter is currently August 17th of 2026. Oh, well, that's coming right up, isn't it? That's coming right up. 60 days, a little over 60 days is going to go by like that. It's a little less than 90 days. I don't want to do the math right now. I think you laughed when reading this. You already ruled on it. I'm going to show you in a second. With over 2 months left to complete discovery, the parties should be readily able to identify an agreeable date for this non-party deposition. Well, you got to kick out July 4th weekend. And then Juneteenth is not available because it's a federal holiday. And there's so many depositions that have the plaintiff in this case. Okay, wrap your head around this, chat. The plaintiff who is supposed to be driving this train down the track. And by plaintiff, I mean Mark Diller, who represents the O'Keefes. And I said this the other night, I'm going to scream it again. The first person Mark Diller should have deposed was Jennifer McCabe. Mark Diller has to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by a car in order to prove his wrongful death car accident case. How is Steve Scanlon going to prove that John O'Keefe got hit by a car? He's not. Jennifer McCabe is one of the only people who allegedly heard Karen Reed's confession. Why are you not doing depositions of people who can help you prove that John O'Keefe got hit by a car? Oh, that's right, because there aren't any. And no, they have so many depositions to do that unless they do depositions every single day until August 26th, they're not going to finish them. They're just not. And the judge even said it. He's like, okay, if you guys want to like waste your whole entire summer doing all these depositions, go ahead. Judge Gildea said in the other case the other day that they should do a deposition in the defamation case on Juneteenth. He's like, and in this case, I think he was like, well, what are you doing 4th of July weekend? Why can't you do it that weekend? And wait till you see what he said to this. Conclusion, for the aforementioned reasons, which really are none, good cause exists for allowing this motion for a protective order under Mass Rules Civil Procedure 26C. This disagreement arises from nothing more than a scheduling dispute, which the undersigned bring to this honorable court only out of necessity and due to Ms. Reed refusing to accommodate a schedule change. Guess what? Everyone watched. And if they didn't, you know that all of these attorneys watched. It was the Diller hearing that we watched, right? And then we also watched the Hos defendants hearing, which was also in front of Judge Gildea. That was the day we got to see him in full screen. Sometimes we only get to see him in the Brady Bunch box, and he's so far away from the camera, it upsets me. He's not happy about these nothing getting done. And he's not going to take it. Like, this guy must not know. But I bet this guy has also been on the Zoom hearing because he should be on the Zoom hearings because he could bill Proctor for that. Courtney says 227 days before yesterday, when we read the lawsuit, was 10/20/25, the day Proctor withdrew his post-commission appeal. I mean, you just can't make that up. You just can't make that up, Courtney. Courtney Lopez doing the Lord's work and the math. And so, Mr. Proctor respectfully requests that this order give that they let Michael Proctor off with you know, and don't get mad. Please don't get mad, Judge. Please don't get mad. Here's the judge has already ruled on this. Hang on. And he's not happy. I mean, I can't read his tone, so you can tell me if you can read his tone. Let's see. If I could just find it here. There's too many windows open on my computer. I'm getting a draft. Hold on. Here it is. Nope, that's not it. Hold, please. There it is. The judge just typed a little something on the bottom of it. On the bottom of the first page, here's what the judge has to say about this. June 5th, 2026. Hearing to be held by Zoom on Monday, June 8th, 2026 at 8:45 a.m. by Zoom. Moving party, that means Proctor, to provide information concerning 1, when counsel learned of witnesses' unavailability for deposition preparation. 2, when Ms. Reed's counsel was informed. 3, why deposition preparation could not have taken place today or this weekend. See, he's like, you should be working on the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend. Remember that song? Tell me who sings that. And 4, supporting witnesses' unavailability as referenced in the last paragraph, page 3 of the motion. This may be filed marked provisionally impounded with a supporting motion if warranted. Right. You're going to tell me why he can't be there. If it's a good enough reason, maybe I'll impound it so nobody can. It was Loverboy. Oh, everybody's working for the weekend. You guys knew that. I mean, I think we're going to have to keep adding songs to the Karen Reed trial playlist because there are so many more. And that would be one of them. I have a Spotify playlist that you guys have all contributed to for the Karen Reed trial. I forget how many songs are on it, but it's good. Goode. All filings are due by 5 p.m. on Sunday. Guess who's working over the weekend? All of them. Copies shall also be emailed to Kevin Reardon at the courthouse. Well. You can never tell. This judge is like, I ain't shaking on Shakedown Street. I'm not letting Michael Proctor out of this deposition. All of you are going to come here at 8:45 a.m. by Zoom. And if you want to file any papers, you're going to have to file them at 5 p.m. on Sunday. Okay? Tell me when you learned that Michael Proctor wasn't going to be able to prep, because why are you waiting till the last minute to prep him anyway? If your prep is going to be so extensive and you've been available since May 17th, why did you just wait until Friday, June 5th? Because you thought you were just going to adjourn it on the eve of the deposition and get away with it? No. Single mom at a 4 crazy says the deposition is scheduled for 10 a.m. So Proctor and counsel better be close to Boston for the Zoom in case he denies the motion. And she says, I have a feeling he will, given his frustration with depots. So I don't know who told you that this deposition was canceled, but as of right now, it's going to depend on what happens on Monday. And if these people want to put in their papers, they better put them in by 5 p.m. Sunday. And if these people don't want to work over the weekend, they better just be like, Proctor, you're going to have to just show up. Because I don't want to get spanked by the judge publicly, because eventually, even though Judge Gildea doesn't let anybody stream the hearings, they eventually come out, because you can't live stream, but some people can record them. And then they work their way onto the tubes of view, and then we watch them together. So too bad, so sad. Not so fast, Mr. Proctor. Not so fast, sir. I just want to look at this Rule of Civil Procedure 26C while we look at some more video. So just go to the chat for a minute, shall we? Isn't this a fun day Friday? It's a fun day Friday. It's a freaky Friday. I don't think his excuse is going to be good enough for Judge Gildea, unless he's like dying. Beatal says, if Proctor wrote that, imagine what he says in person. Yeah, exactly. But some people, here's the thing. You were talking about his text messages. Here's the thing. Some people are very brave, behind a text message or a fake name on the internet. Some people are really, really very brave like that. And they say all these crazy things on Twitter, even with a real name. But then they go on someone's show on YouTube and they would never say things like that, like aloud. They only do it like behind a fake name or behind a screen or behind a keyboard. So I don't know if he would say those things in person. That's a good point. Hello. Thanks for becoming a member. A Desire for Civil Discourse says, did the Karen Read team time this specifically to unsettle Proctor? I can't say that. You mean time his deposition? Maybe, because they had to wait 6 months. I think it was 6 months to file against, I can't remember which one of them denied the claim a little while ago. The other one didn't do anything with it, so they had to wait 6 months. I'm talking about the municipalities. And so maybe they knew that the 6-month deadline was going to come up. They were going to file a lawsuit. So let's schedule his deposition for right after that. Maybe. Thanks for your 5. This is Random says, love having some Melanie to kick off our Pride weekend. Happy Pride, everyone. Thanks for all you do. Love you with all my heart. I love you with all my heart, too. I do. Justin Alien's PR firm says, can Proctor be questioned at the deposition about text messages not released in legal filings so far, such as the McDowell sealed one? Yes. Thank you for your 10. If they have it and they have it legally, yeah, they can question him. It doesn't have to be in evidence to question him about certain documents. All objections at a civil deposition are preserved for the time of trial. So you can object at a deposition, but it doesn't mean the witness doesn't have to answer it because there's no judge there. And so you have to object to preserve the record. And then whether or not the answer is admissible at trial will be up to the trial judge. Great question. Belinda, at which point do the O'Keefes look inward and say, okay, maybe we got it wrong and drop the wrongful death claim? I don't think ever. Just don't think that's ever going to happen. Thanks for your 5, though, Melinda. And this is real life. And the Traveler says, oh, it is Dyson. It is Dyson. A lot of you, I think it's on sale, too. I think it's on sale. If it's on sale, I'll link it for you. But yes, I am a big fan of the Dyson. They don't sponsor me, but they should. I always like to tell you guys when it's on sale because It never goes on sale. So when it does, it's a good deal, even though it's a lot of money. Think about it. For like the price of 10 blowouts, less than 10 blowouts, way less than 10 blowouts, you can get something that will make your hair look good every day. And you wear your hair every day, which is why it's so important. Thanks for your 5. Harbinger of Imminent Death says, what I find most upsetting are the apparently very low standards our public institutions have for those they seek to imbue with power over us. It is sad, but true. Hello says, can they somehow bring his wife in for a deposition to see his actions or words at home? Stupid question. No, it's not a stupid question. His wife will probably be deposed, and here's why. Okay? His wife is Lizzie Proctor. Lizzie Proctor did some things herself. She, first of all, one of the charges against Read Kearney is for Lizzie Proctor, number one. She herself did some things that is alleged that she called a bunch of people's employers, people who were trashing Michael Proctor on Facebook. I think you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I know you will. She called people's jobs and tried to get them fired. And maybe she did get some people fired. And so she could be potentially deposed. I mean, maybe not in this case, maybe in another case. But it's a good question. And also, didn't Jennifer McCabe go to Michael Proctor's house one day and said that she talked to Lizzie in the driveway because they had so many things in common because they were both being harassed? I mean, she's totally fair game. Remember that? You guys didn't know that about her? Yeah. It's true from what I hear. And she also, Jennifer McCabe did go there, allegedly, not to talk to Michael Proctor, but to talk to Lizzie and to commiserate with her about the harassment, that they were just normal moms and they were just being all harassed. So that is not a stupid question at all. Thank you for your 5, and thanks for bringing that up, because a lot of people didn't know about that. They were bonding, right? Outside, in the car, in front of the house, in the freezing cold. I think she doesn't remember she ran inside to go to the bathroom or not. I don't remember if that was Lang's house, honestly, or Proctor's, because she went to Lang's house too. Sue, Melanie, can this motion be denied and force Proctor to appear? Yes, Sue. In fact, this was earlier before I read the judge's endorsement, and they're coming in for a Zoom hearing on Monday at 8:45. So yes, the judge can do that. And if he doesn't appear, he can sanction him. This is the subpoena. This is not just a friendly, like, hey, can you come in for a deposition on such and such a day? Thank you, Sue, for your 5. Teresa, Melanie, can Karen Read sit in on a deposition? 100%. 100%. She's the client. She's entitled to be there. She is entitled to be there. Yes. And I think that she intends to be. She and Alan Jackson were both on the Today Show this morning. And let's take a look at Alan's interview with Billy Bush from this morning that many of you might have already seen. We're just going to look. Maybe I'll speed it up a little bit. Billy Bush was not happy with the Today Show either, but he was asked about Colin Albert, well, whether Colin Albert got gave a deposition. Oh, wait. Proctor, that was Lang's house where they were sitting in the cold car? I don't know. That's why I ask people not to put things in the chat unless they're 100% accurate, because I believe you guys. I think you guys know everything. That was Lang's with the bathroom. Okay, tell me if you guys have already seen the Billy Bush interview, because I don't want to play it if all of you have already seen it. It's good, right? I thought the Today Show was all right. So let's watch Billy Bush. Karen Read can sit in on a deposition. Yes, it is often done in a conference room with a court reporter, sometimes a videographer. All the attorneys sit around a table. Oh, you guys haven't seen it? Okay, cool. All right, cool. Let's watch some Billy Bush. Do you remember when I went on one of the times I went on Billy Bush's show and he said, "Okay, who's ready for a little Bush?" It was like, he thought it was so funny because it was Melanie Little and Billy Bush. And I was like, "Oh, Billy, you can't do that to me." This is from this morning. This was after the Today Show aired. It wasn't, so it was like, this happened at like 1 p.m. East Coast time.
The Today Show in New York. Okay. Special edition here of Hot Mics on a Friday. This morning, Karen Read and her lawyer, Alan Jackson, went on the Today Show in New York. Alan flew all the way from LA. They did about a 4-minute setup of Karen Read's life, basically leaning upon 2 years ago, and then asked a few questions. I found the interview to be unresearched, ill-prepared, inhospitable.
Yes.
2 days ago, Karen Read's legal team files a lawsuit against Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police, and they list in the complaints, they show in discovery all of these texts between Michael Proctor, State Trooper, Sean Goode of Sergeant in the Canton Police Department. They are vile, they are racist, they are bigoted, they are white supremacists, they are unreadable on television. They didn't pay any attention to that. Alan Jackson is with us right now. He's had to fly to Boston.
And boy, are his arms tired. Wait, bump. Where's my Alan Jackson had to fly all the way from California, and boy, are his arms tired. Don't worry, guys, I'll be here all week. Okay, if you are new here, and even if you're not, and you are not subscribed, I need you to hit the subscribe button now. It's free. Just hit it. It's free. I was in an unofficial competition on subscriber count on YouTube with Vinnie Politan for a long time. I finally surpassed Vinnie Politan, and then Billy Bush. Then Billy Bush came on YouTube, and for a long time I was ahead of Billy Bush, and now he's like 1,000 subscribers ahead of me, and we cannot let that happen. We can't let it happen. You gotta hit the subscribe button. I mean, granted, he is a member of the Bush family and a celebrity in his own right. Since, I've been watching him on Access Hollywood, but please do it for me. Thank you. And if you look at the sign behind Billy Bush's head, it says, "The Burning Bush."
Attention to that. Alan Jackson is with us.
"Is not consumed." That's a quote from the Bible, from Exodus.
Well, Billy, I'm not going to pile on one way or the other. The questions are the questions. We wanted to make sure. Yeah. And look, you're entitled. You're good at this. You've got a long, rich history on TV, and you know how to interview people, and you know what questions to ask, and you know how to do the research and all that kind of stuff. So I'll let the audience make their own decisions about what was and wasn't prepared, et cetera. Both hosts were very, very affable, very nice to us, very kind to us, both on and off camera. The thing that I wanted to get across in the interview was how broken a system the Massachusetts State Police is. The fact that the texts, as vile as they are just emblematic of a deeper cancer, a malignancy that is born deep inside the Massachusetts State Police, and quite frankly, all of law enforcement. It's not just the Massachusetts State Police. Proctor was texting with another buddy of his who's a Canton police officer who was also central in the investigation against Karen Read. I mean, it doesn't stop. And so the reason for the lawsuit is twofold. Number one, under any kind of a civil justice system, money is what talks, right? That's the only thing that can change hands in a civil case. Nobody's going to jail in a civil case. The only way that you can exact any punishment for conduct, in this case, punishment that is richly deserved by the agencies that we've sued, is to deliver a monetary blow to them. And also, Karen is richly deserving to be made whole again. I mean, her life has basically been ruined financially, certainly, by this odyssey that she's had to go through. And somebody needs to pay for that. And if it's the Massachusetts State Police, so be it. If it's the Canton Police Department or the town of Canton, so be it. I didn't find the question about, but this is just about money, to be well thought out. Because I explained then, and I'll explain now, it's not just about money, because you cannot, and I said
First of all, that's such a cop-out, Alan, to say, could this be about money? You have lost your life. You're a financial analyst. You've got a nice job. You're working hard. Money should not even be, money is obvious. Yes, it's about money, but that's an obvious thing. You should make restitution, and you should have to pay. What other way is there to pay in a civil trial?
Right, there is no other way.
There is no other way. That's the entire thing. It's what it's about.
We can't turn back the clock. We can't turn back the clock and undo what happened to Karen Read. And very sadly, we can't turn back the clock and have a proper investigation done so we'd really know who murdered John O'Keefe. Don't you wish we could? Pammers gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. You are such a sweetheart. Billy gets it. He's got it from the very beginning. And that's when we first connected. And he brought me on a show. Because he really got it. He got the Karen Read case right away. He figured it out. Nothing gets by him. Just so you know, I'm still ahead of Vinny Politan in subs. He's got 127,000. I have 134,000. However, Billy has 136,000 now. And what am I at? Almost 135. Come on, you guys, just do it for me. Do it for Mel.
That's why he's so, I'm sorry, it was so unresearched. But
that's what I was saying, Billy. That is why I said to the host, to Craig as well. Look, this is not just about money. You can't just relegate this lawsuit and Karen Read to just looking for a check. That's not true. That is absolutely not true, because what she's after, you cannot put that on a check. What she's after is systemic change in the area in which she lives, the place she calls home, which is Massachusetts, the place that her parents have called home.
Oh, for the love of God, I hope she doesn't want to live there anymore. For the love of the traveling Mary, I hope she gets the hell out of Massachusetts.
Her grandparents have called home. Generations. Her grandfather was a police officer. How do you?
I didn't know that. Did you know her? I didn't know her grandfather was a police officer. Maybe I did and I forgot, but I did not know that.
I think that makes the Read family feel to know how far, how long or far the fall has been from the good cops that used to patrol those streets to what's happening now in this culture under this administration.
Yeah. Your point is in this, in this civil filing here against MSP and Canton PD, your point is there is no way that two people as deeply disgusting as these two are, rotten to the core, there's no way you don't know that that's the type of character you have. At one point, Sean Goode says, "Oh, I can't wait to get to work and look up this chick. I'm going to look her up and using resources." There's no way. And then Yuri Buchanan. I mean, don't for a second. Supervising Michael Proctor. This guy says at no point was that Michael conducted an investigation with high integrity and the most. I mean, come on, nobody buys it. And what kind of supervisor are you if you have no idea who this person is?
That's exactly the type of culture that we're talking about. So to your point, Billy, not only on the witness stand did I force him to have to answer a very uncomfortable question, was Michael Proctor's investigation, did Michael Proctor handle this investigation with honor and integrity? He didn't want to answer the question, wouldn't answer it, was trying to dodge me with some bullshit about, this is my second language or third language or whatever, whatever his excuse was, he didn't want to answer the question. Finally, the judge said, answer the question. You got to answer that one. I didn't get a whole lot out of Judge Cannoni, but I got that. And finally, he said he handled the case with integrity. He wouldn't say honor, but he did say with integrity. And I just stood there gobsmacked, like you're literally, about this. By the way, Yuri Buchanan knew about these text messages, knew not all of them, but he knew about most of them. He knew about the bad ones. He knew about the things that made Michael Proctor, the issues that made Michael Proctor completely incompetent to investigate Karen Read because of the conflicts of interest, because of her outsider status, because of his bigotry and his racism, etc. Buchanan knew about it. And what you may have forgotten is in the midst, after the Massachusetts State Police damn well knew who Proctor was and what these text messages consisted of.
Oh, we didn't forget. And I don't think Billy forgot either. Billy knows. Billy gets it.
Because he sent some of them to his buddies on the Massachusetts State and his bosses on the MSP police force. In the midst of that, Michael Proctor was up for a review, a performance review, just a standard performance review that all government officials get. He got the highest review possible from Yuri Buchanan. The highest review possible from Yuri Buchanan. So that's an exclamation point at the end of a sentence that says, not only will we tolerate this kind of racism and bigotry and misogyny and anti-Semitism, not only are we going to tolerate it, as an institution,
we're going to promote it.
We're going to embrace it, and we're going to
decorate it. We're going to put stars on the badge for it.
Correct.
There's no way they don't know. Yuri Buchanan had such disdain. He had such.
Oh yeah, boy. I can't, for some reason, I can't access my emojis on my chat. So if you can, members, we have a "We Are Outraged" emoji, and it's an amazing one.
Disdain for you. He looked when you were cross-examining. I just remember him so well, just looking you like
leaning on the chair,
indignant, like, how dare you ask me? It's almost like it's like he's like a bad Jack Nicholson, and I sit on enemy lines. You have no idea. Like, I mean, he's some elevated. Well, I don't think in the Today Show interview this morning they even really brought up the texts, and I don't know if I missed it.
They didn't make. I thought that
the whole point is the text.
Yeah, I thought that could have been a bigger issue.
Can you imagine on the Today Show? I don't think they paid for her interview. They usually don't pay for interviews. I don't think so. I don't know that they paid her for her interview. They might have flown her here if she wasn't in town. Well, in New York. So this was in New York. They might have flown her and Alan here, which I think they did. And also Charles Waters, who was sitting next to them, one of her other civil lawyers. He's partners with Damon Seligson and Aaron Rosenberg. They didn't even ask about the text messages. This bombshell of a lawsuit is filed yesterday. And they've got like 2 third-string reporters here interviewing her on the Today Show at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. And they didn't even ask about it. Wow. Maybe they'll play some of it. I think they do. Hold on.
The whole point is the text.
Yeah, I thought that could have been a bigger issue in the question and answer session that we had on the couch. Let Karen, let her defend this lawsuit, which is what we're here to do, and explain why she brought the lawsuit in the context of what's in the lawsuit, which are the text messages. It's the communications. And those communications are so evidentiary. In other words, they evidence a deep-seated corruption within the entire institution. That's what we need to be talking about, not whether or not a lawsuit like this, results in a payday. It's gonna. You bet your ass it's gonna. But that's not the reason that Karen brought this lawsuit.
This is how deep-rooted it is. Check it out. I just put this up. Actually, talking Michael Proctor here, lead detective, lead investigator. Actually, take your time. I saw a N-word was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
Do they still have, who's on the third hour of the Today Show? Is it still Jenna and Hoda? Is Hoda gone? Savannah gone? Like, why didn't they have Jenna Bush do it? That would have been a good interview. That's funny because Billy Bush is somehow related to Jenna Bush. I don't know if they're second cousins. I don't know how that whole relationship thing goes, but that would have been interesting. There's a mobile issue. There's a YouTube mobile issue. That's right. I heard Emily Baker talking about it. That's why member emojis are not available. Like share buttons not available. It's Savannah and Jenna. Why couldn't Jenna Bush do it? That would have been a far more interesting interview than these two.
She definitely puts out, says Sean Goode. Look at Michael Proctor. America sucks. Hitler was really onto something.
Man.
Then the effing U.S. had to step in and ruin it. Are you kidding me? Here we go. Look at this. Here's another one. Proctor, he handled himself with the utmost professionalism and with strict integrity. There's Yuri Buchanan backing all this. Even Colonel Jeffrey Noble of MSP. I'm eyes wide open to a culture issue that I have concerns with as it relates to concerns with. You're rotten to the core. And you see the old ones, these words, the C word, the slut word. Hopefully she kills herself. It gets worse. I'm actually putting up the only things that I, can put up, but it gets deeper and more disgusting than that.
Did you see Colonel Noble's response yesterday? Did you come across that?
Did Billy get a perm or a Dyson? What's going on? His hair looks really good today. I don't know. Maybe a new product or a perm or a Dyson. I'm not sure.
He issued a formal response, sort of in response to the lawsuit, and what he said in that response, in no small part, was, look, this is not emblematic of the institution, the great institution of the Massachusetts State Police. It's disgusting. He said all the tropes that you would imagine. It's disgusting, and we don't endorse this, and blah blah blah. But it's not emblematic of who we are as an institution. Wrong, Colonel Noble. If that's what you think, if that is an honest opinion, then you need to pull your head out of the sand and start looking around and start an audit process from the top to the bottom, because it's not just one person or two people. This was not a one-off. This is, in fact, a cancer that percolates throughout the entirety of the culture, because the culture adopted it, the culture embraced it, and the culture encouraged it. And that's the disgusting part. If Karen Read doesn't bring this lawsuit and doesn't shine a light on what's happening at the Massachusetts State Police and at the Canton Police Department, then where's the next victim going to come from? Because she was certainly victimized. Where's the next one going to come from?
Yeah, and I think, am I wrong that the Massachusetts State, they have a fund of lawsuits, things they have to settle with people, and it's actually astronomical in the state of Massachusetts compared to other states of how many times they actually have to pay out for misbehavior. I think their state police is well documented to have corruption issues.
This goes back generations, and it's not something that can be dealt with by firing one person. That ain't going to cut it. That is not going to cut it, Colonel Noble. You're nowhere close to getting to the root of the problem, which is it's a culture problem. You encourage through training, etc. You're the one that trained, you knew, and you promoted Michael Proctor. That person represented, he was the ambassador. He is an ambassador of the Massachusetts State Police writ large. You should be embarrassed. You should be ashamed of yourself. And that's what we're going to expose. That's what we have exposed through this lawsuit. And it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee you, Billy. There's more to come.
What else are you going to
accomplish? What did I say? There's more to come. I told you that was just a little taste. He was just in that lawsuit was just a little taste. Just a little taste of what they have. There's more to come. They're not going to show all their cards right now. They wanted to lock down Proctor in his deposition because they've got it all. They've got it all. Frankie Bean says, what a treat to watch Melanie stream in Palos Verdes waiting for the sunset. It's my favorite place. Like, I may be your neighbor soon. It's my favorite place in the world. I love it there so much. You're so lucky to live there. Perfect way to spend a Friday. I love it. Enjoy your sunset and the views and the cliffs and the views for days. I love the South Bay so much. Got to get out of this place.
This lawsuit as compared to the others that are all out there. I mean, we have.
Well, this one's against the agencies. This one is specifically against the agencies. None of the other ones are against the agencies.
Are we going to bring up anything like what happened in that garage and what happened to the back of the head? None of that. Well, this is going to be built upon these texts and basically their corruption. But are we going to go into what actually happened? Because, of course, you have a theory there.
Only insofar as the other side, the opposite side, our adversaries may want to simply throw darts, right? I mean, that's the desperation move. Michael Proctor's lawyer came out, I think yesterday, and issued a statement, and he said, "Well, this is just a distraction. Karen Read's just trying to distract from the fact that she hit somebody with a car. She hit John O'Keefe with a car." The reality is, sir, not one, two juries have sat in judgment of that evidence and have determined that ain't true. It's just not true. She was not guilty of ever striking John O'Keefe with her car because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. You've heard that before.
Preach. Preach. I've been saying that for how long? You've heard it before. You've heard it from me too.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I can't get enough of that, man. Hello. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome.
That doesn't change with these lawsuits. So they can try all the distraction moves they want to because that's all they've got. What the hell else is Michael Proctor's lawyer going to say? I mean, he gets paid to try to defend the indefensible.
And this was earlier today, okay? This was around 1 p.m. Eastern. Remember, that motion by Proctor's attorney to get out of Monday's deposition was not filed until 2:10 p.m. Do you think they're furiously writing this? Well, Alan Jackson is kind of spanking him a little bit. Listen, let's hear what he says again about Michael Proctor's attorney.
Striking John O'Keefe with her car because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. You've heard that before. That doesn't change with these lawsuits. So they can try all the distraction moves they want to because that's all they've got. What the hell else is Michael Proctor's lawyer going to say? I mean, he gets paid to try to defend the indefensible. So he's going to, point fingers at others and he's going to point fingers at us and at Karen, whatever. That is not going to be the sum and substance of this lawsuit. What this lawsuit's going to be about, what this lawsuit is about, is accountability. You folks, you people who wear the badge and wear the gun and are imbued with the ultimate power that a society gives another human being, and that is the power to take away someone's liberty. You folks are going to be held accountable for how you wield that power. And Michael Proctor and Sean Goode are the prime examples. They are the evidence of how that power is misappropriated and misused.
Yeah, and how? Yeah, and covered for and protected, which
correct,
which is
that's
unbelievable.
That's a huge. That's exactly right, Billy. I should focus on that because that's exactly what's happened. It's not just tolerated; they cover for each other.
Yeah,
the bosses cover for each other. You're a Buchanan, Brian Tully. Are you kidding? You're telling me these folks didn't know how? I've got 10 years worth of text messages text messages that are at least 10 years old. They go back 10 years. God knows what's even what's in his phones from years beyond that. But the ones that we have are emblematic of a deep-seated corruption that you can't hide.
He's telling us everything. And you can see how excited he is to do the deposition on Monday. He's here. He flew the red eye. Can't you take the red eye, Mr. Jackson? Can't you get on the red eye, Mr. Jackson? At least the Today Show paid for his flight to New York, and then they had to get on a flight to Boston. And he's ready. He's chomping at the bit. He's got 10 years worth of text messages to go through. How long do you think that deposition is going to be? How many days do you think it's going to take up?
Don't switch it off when you walk in and punch a clock to go to work that day. People that hired him, knew him, and promoted him, or them, damn well knew what kind of people they were promoting, and they gave him the badge, gave him the gun, and gave him the authority. And Karen Read is the victim of that kind of misuse of the authority that they were given.
Yeah,
they have questions to answer, and this has been, this is why you do podcasts and not network morning shows. I'm sorry to say it. They don't get into this stuff. They don't research. They spend no time on it.
Well, you certainly know.
I said, first Billy got Alan on, and I was in the chat, and I was like, Billy got AJ again, effing again. And I was like, just kidding. I love you guys. But then that stream got deleted and they had to start a new one. And then I walked away from the chat.
The case, Billy. You certainly know the case. I appreciate it.
And well, look, we've got outstanding stuff. The comment section here is ablaze over, what has to be settled with Jen McCabe and Brian Higgins and the Alberts. Colin Albert just enlisted in the military. He's going off to the Army in a week or so. The chat section needs to know, has he been deposed yet?
Colin?
Yes.
The answer is no, he has not been deposed yet.
All right. There's a lot of kerfuffle over there on the cesspool of Twitter, where all of the sympathizers for the Hos plaintiffs or defendants or Hos defendants have said that they're saying that Colin was deposed, that Karen's attorneys didn't show up, and that they were in the same building and they didn't even show up. So you see the way he hesitates about that question. All right. I'm not a linguistics expert or body language expert, but Alan scratches his nose and then he says, Colin? No, he's not been deposed. I don't know what the truth is. Did only the plaintiffs depose him? Did only Diller show up to depose him and the co-defendants, and then Karen's team didn't show up because he was supposed to bring documents or produce stuff and he didn't? And did it really happen because he's going into the Army? This is like, okay, I'm a musical fan. You know that I love musicals. One of my favorite musicals is Bye Bye Birdie. Anybody remember Bye Bye Birdie? We love you, Colin. Oh, yes, we do. It's like Colin is like Conrad Birdie, and they're going to raffle off a kiss with a local girl before he gets sent off to the Army. Does anybody remember Bye Bye Birdie? They had to quickly do his deposition before he shipped off. I mean, listen, Colin Albert, who's never been in a fight in his whole entire life, is enlisting during wartime? What? What lengths would a person go to avoid a deposition? I don't know. People might say that. That's happening. Conrad Birdie was enlisting to the Army, and Kim McAfee from Sweet Apple somewhere. Sweet Apple, I forget the town. Sweet Apple, Ohio, maybe, won a contest, and she got to, and it was Ann Margaret Playing Kim McAfee, Paul Lynde was in it too. I don't remember who played Conrad Birdie actually in the movie version, but I've seen many of the plays. I was in the play Bobby Birdie. It was my favorite musical that I have ever been in. And it was fun. Sweet Apple, Ohio. I was right. We all think alike. We think alike. Look at in Lemonade getting the super chat on Billy's show, also in this chat. And again, just upgraded her membership, I think. So listen to this again when he says with Colin Albert deposed.
Needs to know, has he been deposed yet?
Colin?
Yes.
The answer is no, he has not been deposed yet.
Not by you.
There was some shenanigans that were played around what was supposed to be a deposition that was scheduled, rescheduled, et cetera. And the other side has played a few games. But no, his actual court-ordered subpoenaed deposition has not been taken.
Can he? Well, I mean, he's got 6 days before he goes to the military. Can you guys?
That doesn't going into the military does not absolve you of the responsibility of showing up for a deposition when you're duly subpoenaed, and he will be.
So he'll have to come back from military duty. Does that take precedence from serving? Because many people might think of serving in the military to get out of that, or
right. Well,
there, out of here.
A court order takes precedence over everything. So it's yet to be seen who shows up when and where, but Colin Albert's not going to get out of the responsibility of answering questions any more than anybody else is. We're not going to sit back and say, oh, well, you just joined the Army or the Navy or whatever it is, that whatever branch you joined, and that absolves you of the responsibility of answering tough questions, because everybody involved in this is going to answer some tough questions.
Where does this fit?
Kelly, I was Albert's mom too. That is the best role in the whole entire show. So funny, sticking your head in the oven. I loved it. It was the comic relief in Bye Bye Birdie. I had like a big giant like fur coat. Oh, I loved it. And orthopedic shoes. I loved it.
In the order of events, because you've got the civil case coming from the O'Keefe family. You've got the McAlberts filing theirs, and then you've got this.
Yes,
and
that's a joke. That's a joke.
It's a joke. I can't believe the fact that, I mean, if you're just a normal person paying attention to the fact that they filed is brazen. It's unbelievable.
Well, certainly trying to drag Karen into something like that it's brazen, and it's there's no foundation in the law for it. So that will be dealt with swiftly.
Do you know which comes first? What are we going to be seeing first
Well, every case has its own arc of procedure. So it's not like one takes precedence over the other. They're all being litigated at the same time, sort of on parallel tracks, but at different speeds, depending upon what the judge prioritizes.
Alan, question from Kyle Sharkey. Do you think Michael Proctor will cancel late Sunday evening before his deposition on Monday?
Listen to this. Kyle was so perceptive. He said, do you think Michael Proctor is going to cancel his deposition on Sunday night? Again, this was before the motion was filed today.
Sunday evening. Alan, question from Kyle Sharkey. Do you think Michael Proctor will cancel late Sunday evening before his deposition on Monday?
That's a good question. There's an over-under about that exact question. Look, I'm here and I'm ready. So I'm in Boston right now. So we'll see.
Are you there to do it?
They got so scared.
Yeah. So you're there for the weekend.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you're there to do him yourself on Monday.
Correct.
I told you he flew on the red eye. He's there.
Boy, that will be a nice reunion.
Won't it though?
He will not like seeing your face.
Yeah, we've got questions. The questions haven't stopped, and we're pressing forward. We're going to get answers. We will.
Is there any way he can get out of it?
Not legally, not procedurally.
Is there any way he can get out of it? Billy Bush knew. Billy Bush. Also very prophetic. Is there any way he can get out of it?
Not legally, not procedurally. I can't. This is a lawsuit, so I can't go hogtie the guy and make him sit down and answer questions. The system doesn't work that way. But there is a judge that everybody's got to answer to. So if something happens, we'll see.
Will Kelly Dever be deposed?
I can't imagine a circumstance in which she's not deposed. I cannot imagine it's a double negative, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Kelly Dever's going to have to answer questions as well.
Where is Karen right now? Did she fly back with you to Boston?
She's in Boston. Not sure exactly where she's at, but she's in Boston. We finished up with what we needed to do in New York, and me and Charles and Karen all went to the airport together and went our separate ways to catch our respective flights. But yeah.
She must have been, I have to say, taken back. I could see it in her eyes.
I talked to her about it. You mean about the interview?
I thought I'm going to show you this, just the beginning of this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the part from the Today Show. So if you can come to your screen.
The way she handled this.
To know that when you walk down the street, there are lots of people who look at Karen Read and who think, oh, there's that woman that got away with killing her ex-boyfriend who was a cop.
Okay, what? Did you hear is there anybody here who did not see this interview yet? This guy just said to Karen Read, what does it feel like when you're walking down the street and there's lots of people who look at you and who think, oh, there's the woman that got away with killing her ex-boyfriend who was a cop. There's about, I don't know, maybe 50 of those people, and they all have like 100 sock accounts on Twitter each. Look at her face. I'm going to rewind this a tiny little bit so you could hear that again. Oops. But before that, sometimes we need to bring our girl on because we are so stupefied. We're just like,
hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
The way she handled this.
To know that when you walk down the street, there are lots of people who look at Karen Read and who think, oh, there's that woman that got away with killing her ex-boyfriend who was a cop. How do you go through life knowing that there are lots of people who, despite what the jury said, still think you did it and you got away with it?
I've not had any evidence that there's lots of people who feel that way. I mean, I have lived more low key in the last year. I've just struggled to not have the adrenaline that I had during trial. But I have no interactions, no matter where I go. The grocery store, a restaurant, Newbury Street in Boston, any hotel or restaurant I eat at. I don't pay for meals. I get discounts.
Newbury Street in Boston, not familiar. Is that like Fifth Avenue in New York or Madison Avenue in New York? Is that like where you do all the fancy shopping? Tell me about Newbury Street.
Counts everywhere. My parents get help taking groceries. I don't have interactions. I have not seen lots of people. I haven't seen one. The support isn't relegated to what you saw at the courthouse. It's throughout.
Okay, and then he says, like,
They're
did
gonna
you
have
see
field
the
day with
internet? I mean, look, I'm all for objective journalism. I'm all for devil's advocate. but this is unresearched. It's almost like people are half and half.
And it's not. It's nowhere close.
Billy, it's not Billy. It's not half and half, Billy. Billy, it's like 90-10. Even Law and Crimes poll was at, I don't even remember, 87% or something.
Not even close. So it's like, what you should say is,
go ahead.
The majority of people support you. But for those who, are in the comment section and don't, do you have anything you want to say to them?
How about that's a stupid question?
And you know what her answer would be? If that was the question, if that was the question that was posed, her answer is, yeah, I've got something to say. Go watch the two trials. It's there for the taking. Watch trial 1, watch trial 2, and then come back and let's have a discussion. There's no way that you can watch those trials and come back and say, oh, I think she got away with something. She didn't do it. The evidence has all been presented and propounded in a light most favorable to the prosecution, and not one but 2 juries have said she didn't do this. She is not guilty. It's not just she was found not guilty. She is innocent of this.
The other stupid question he asked her was, if you could talk to the O'Keefe family right now, what would you say to them? And she said, I don't have anything to say to them. Like, really, dude? Like, nothing about Proctor's text messages, nothing about the fact that she's blowing up corruption in Massachusetts and she's a flippin' warrior. That's the kind of things he asked her. If you had something to say, if you could talk to the O'Keefes right now, what would you say to them?
Never, that car did not hit and kill John O'Keefe. It's as simple as that. Every one of the credible experts said so. Every single one, both from the prosecution side and the defense side.
Do you have a good sense or confidence that this will end with total vindication, where it is unequivocally understood who killed John O'Keefe? And
that's our hope. That's our hope.
Not.
That is exactly our hope, Billy, that it does. I don't think we need to name the person that's responsible for killing John O'Keefe to vindicate Karen.
No,
Karen's
you
already
don't.
been vindicated. She is vindicated.
Yeah, forget
That
about
is
it.
in the history books. She didn't do this. The bigger question is, what corners did Michael Proctor cut? What corners did Sean Goode cut? What corners did Yuri Buchanan cut and Tully cut in order to hide the fact of who actually killed John O'Keefe? That's the bigger question. If we never find out, it's their fault. And that is the best evidence of the corruption that is attendant to the Massachusetts State Police and law enforcement in Massachusetts writ large.
I'm sure you
tragedy.
You saw on Proctor's phone the day after John O'Keefe died. The next day, Kevin Albert, who's a detective in the Canton Police Department, Kevin Albert calls him to discuss the investigation.
Yeah, what do you think that was about?
Oh,
right. I mean, you can imagine. You can imagine exactly what that was about.
The guy, the lead investigator, who never went into the home.
Right.
Never went into the home to look around there. I mean, you don't go into the home of dead guys on my lawn. I assume the cops are coming in. I'm going to make them some coffee. Absolutely, there's things to discuss.
Thanks for taking care of my brother.
To add the pressure. It's so stinky and so obvious and so brazen for a countersuit. It's unbelievable. Oh, Peggy O'Keefe, John's mother. Poor blessed woman. You know who Karen is. You may not like everything about her, but Jesus Christ, there's no way that you can keep buying this bullshit.
That's one of the question marks that I sort of carry around with me in the back of my head all the time, is how can the O'Keefes, they're not, I don't suspect they're stupid people at all. I think they're probably smart folks. It's just the emotion has taken over them, and they so desperately needed someone to point at. And the Michael Proctors of the world, the Sean Goodes of the world, the Massachusetts State Police, they were not going to give them the right suspect. So they just picked the girl, because that's who Michael Proctor picked. That's who Sean Goode picked. They just picked the girl. And now it's so, they're so invested. The family is so invested in that story, that narrative. They can't see their way clear to clear away that fog or the ink in the water, to actually see the truth. She didn't do it. So what you should be doing, the O'Keefe family, is siding with us to try to find out who did, to try to do something for John, to try to close the loop so that
he probably wishes that's what Karen said on the Today Show when she was asked if you had anything to say to the O'Keefes. What would you say? Alan's answering that question now. I would say to them, you should be helping us try and find out what happened to your son.
His death is not completely in vain, and someone gets away with it, because someone has up to this point gotten away with it. It's not Karen, but someone else has.
That's right.
And that's a shame.
We'll never know. We'll never know, won't we?
Maybe we won't. We're trying to find the truth every single day with every filing and every motion and every deposition. We're trying to peel the onion back as far as we possibly can. We're looking around every corner and around under every rock, and we'll continue looking. We've done a pretty darn good job of exposing what actually happened. We just have to take it further, and we're going to.
Alan, you're a great man. I know you're exhausted, and you've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning. I hope there's a beautiful martini for you over the weekend.
Always about the martinis
but
with
not
Billy.
Sunday, because I need you sharp as a tack on Monday when you depose Michael Proctor.
There you go. There you go.
Well, no, Michael Proctor made an emergency motion if you're just tuning in. And Judge Gildea has ordered everyone to a Zoom conference on Monday morning at 8:45 a.m. He better have a good excuse. And the fact that all the lawyers were on trial maybe at some point and they couldn't prep him is not good enough for Judge Gildea. He's not going to have it. I'm going to be on that Zoom call. I can report back to you what happens.
Yeah.
And tell Karen we said hello. Sorry about that. That interview this morning, but when she's ready.
Billy's like, oh man, you're in Boston. I thought we could go to my club and have a martini. But no. All right. Karen was also on World News tonight.
I believe the Rock.
World News tonight, the 6:30 p.m. World News, the David Muir show. And these are some clips that WCVB has culled together. It wasn't a very long piece. It was like 2 minutes. 2 minutes long. But before we do that, let's go to some questions in the chat. A Petty for Your Thoughts says, I think someone in the past hurt Proctor badly. No one is born with that much hate. But JFC, man, get some help. Thank you for your 5. Wendy says, do you think there will be anything coming Judge Cannoni's way? I don't know, Wendy. But if you didn't watch last night's stream that I did on Aaron Spencer's case being dismissed, just fast forward to the part where we read the decision of the judge. And people get mad when everything I talk about comes back to the Karen Read case, but it just does. It just does. Aaron Spence's murder charges were dismissed by a judge in Arkansas because law enforcement mishandled, lost, never logged into evidence, a very important piece of evidence, a dash cam, one piece of evidence in the SD card, and the whole murder case was thrown out. And that's what should have happened here, especially based on the cumulative effect of all of the Brady violations and all of the evidence that was doctored, proctored, missing, no chain of custody logs. The John O'Keefe's clothes were thrown on the floor and then into a wet bag and then not logged into evidence for 6 weeks. This judge in Arkansas, one piece of evidence that said could be exculpatory, case dismissed. You're out of here, Mr. Spencer. Go run for sheriff, and I hope you win. Well, the judge didn't say that, but I say that. So I just don't know, because it seems like judges have immunity, and she should have done the right thing, and she chose not to. In her wide judicial discretion that she loved to remind us about, she chose not to. JP says, get used to motions like this. It sounds like Karen's team is listening to the judge and not playing the scheduling dispute games. No, they're going to be making these motions a lot. And this was Proctor's attorney, just to clarify, that made this record. I mean, that made the motion. But I can imagine that if it keeps happening, they're going to make motions to compel and motions for sanctions, and all of these people who don't want to come in are going to get spanked. And Judge Gildea's not having it. You've seen him, right? Can Proctor refuse to answer at the deposition, says Casey. Thanks for being here for 27 months. No, he can't refuse to answer. There are some times where he could object on Fifth Amendment grounds, and his lawyer might fight about it, and they might have to call a judge for a ruling. But other than that, he's going to have to answer, and his lawyer can object, and whether or not it's admissible at trial will be a matter for the trial judge. But if they need a ruling, they can usually call it. There's always a judge on call. Well, at least here in New York there is. I don't know what happens in Massachusetts. On the weekend, there wouldn't be. Nancy says, this whole case is horrific. How are these police entities still allowed to thrive? Come clean and get rid of all the slime. Thanks, Nancy, for your 10. Tortoise interference. Is there any rule against deposing someone in their hospital room? No, there's not. I mean, there's not in New York. And in fact, it's often done because many times in cases where the plaintiff is dying, they may be hospitalized, and many times they need to get the deposition done. And there are, and let me know. I know we have court reporters in the chat and lawyers in the chat, and tell me if you've ever done a bedside deposition. It happens more frequently than it should. That's a great question. Thank you, Tortoise. Unless there's some weird rule in Massachusetts that I don't know about. All right, I'm going to come back to the super chats, but let's watch a couple more pieces from tonight's interview on World News Tonight. That was not done by David Muir, but somebody else.
In my opinion,
okay.
I believe the rot, in my opinion, in Massachusetts law enforcement goes all the way to the top. These messages I've learned, I have read personally with my 2 eyes, Michael Proctor's transcripts of his testimony before the Massachusetts State Police Trial Board. And according to the powers that be, and from Michael Proctor himself, when his texts about me, about receiving a gift for favors he did for the Alberts during the investigation, when these messages were revealed, it went right up the flagpole all the way to the colonel at the state police. And the district attorney was informed. I mean, the Governor, Maura Healy, has publicly commented just on the vile and lewd messages about me, and not commented publicly that I've seen anywhere about what actually unfolded and how this might have affected his work ethic, his investigatory ethics. The Massachusetts State Police reports to, is governed by the governor of Massachusetts. And picking, as my private legal team exposes cop after cop, and they resign or they're demoted or they're fired, there's clearly a rot permeating the state police. And it's not just a coincidence, it's the ones that were involved in my case that I happened to learn about with the help of the Department of Justice. And the fact that the governor has not done a more thorough sweep. I mean, there was an outside investigation done by the International Association of the Chiefs of Police because a trooper died in training. And they defined the state police as paramilitary. We are not in wartime in Massachusetts. And the governor is aware of all this. And at a minimum, she has not thoroughly addressed it. I believe at a minimum, she's turned a blind eye to what the country is talking about in Norfolk County.
You won.
That was part one. This is in 4 pieces. This was on, some of it was on World News Tonight, not all of it though. This was also done, I guess today she's wearing the same dress and she seems much more comfortable during this interview than she did at the Today Show. I don't want to play the Today Show because I think they're going to strike me on copyright because that's how they are sometimes. But these are different talking points, and let's listen. This is, a lot of you haven't seen this yet.
You won.
In fact, when I watched one of these, I was the first view. It had 0 views.
You won. Why not just move on? What do you want to accomplish with this lawsuit?
I was acquitted. This has changed my life forever. And I can't, even if I wanted to, go back to my life before January 29th, 2022. And what I've seen and what I've experienced has angered me, to say the least. And I've seen the government in the state I've lived in my whole life with a whole fresh set of eyes. And I think it's an onus on me now to address the problems and the corruption that I've experienced, because I believe in my opinion that this happens to people in every county, in every state, in this country. If it happened to me as easily as it did, it just seemed to have happened so easily. We always knew we would address this. We just had to get through the trial and make it through to the other side. But we were so, as a team, my family, my attorneys, just what happened to us and how we were treated and how the legal system was just so tied up in knots. It
feels like she's got a mission. No, she's going to say it. I haven't watched this yet. Like, she feels like the obligation now to get out there and help everyone else who's been wronged by the system. Like, this is her mission. I love her distinction between winning and being acquitted, right, Judy? She didn't win. She didn't win anything. She never should have been charged.
We have to finish this mission we're on. The criminal trial was just the first half.
Is part 3?
And I get it. This is a burden to carry. When you're done carrying this mission, this crusade, as you've described it, what's your future?
I'd like to just do normal things. I don't want to do those things until the crusade is over, but I'd like just peace, and I'd like to spend time. I've not nearly repaid, and it's not a repayment. It's just that I want to spend time with a lot of people that were there with me through 2 trials. And honestly, what led up to the trials was sometimes harder than the trial itself. And I've not even begun to just enjoy freedom with my friends and family. And I don't have any wild plans. I just want to be in the presence of my friends and family that have in some ways gone through more hell than I have, because they've had no control. I've at least, thanks to my lawyers, had some agency in this, which helps deal with the pain and the anger. But my friends and family have had to live vicariously through me and wait to hear from me about what was happening. And I need to spend time with these people, quality time with.
I think that she's, in her own way, apologizing for all of the people, friends and family that she has not seen, that she may not be in touch with right now. Because did you ever have this feeling, I call it the overwhelm, where you just get so overwhelmed by everything that you can't do anything? Like you can't even get out of your own way. Like you don't even want to leave your house. You don't even want to leave your bed. Everything is so overwhelming that you just can't deal, you know? Like she's so consumed by her cases still, because on the Today Show, they were like, well, what do you do every day? And she's like, I work on my case every day. That's all I do is work on my case. Like I have no life. I am consumed with this. I am obsessed with it. I'm going to stick with it. I ain't got no quit. I'm going to, until every single person is paying for what they did to me and the real killers of John O'Keefe are found, I am never, ever, ever going to stop. And I feel like she's very type A. She's very single thread. She's very focused, and that she's so single thread that like everything else is noise to her. Like she's just keeping her eye on the prize. And I think, you know, people got to cut her some slack for that, because some people are like that. You're so overwhelmed by everything that you either do nothing or you do the one thing and you just keep focusing on that. And it's what makes you wake up every single day and keep going, because you can see that there will be a light at the end of the tunnel at some point. And it's just, everything else is just too hard. You know, it's just too hard to deal with people and their emotions and everyone else, because she's just fighting. She's in fight or flight all the time. You know, I think people need to cut her a little slack, because she's telling us everything. This is the best interview of the day. The one on the Today Show sucked. It sucked. And it wasn't her fault. The questions were inane. They were moronic. At least this reporter is asking her some real questions and she's giving some real answers. And I don't know if that's the way she really feels. I'm just sensing that that's the way that she really feels, because I get like that too. A lot of type A people do. Especially women who live in a man's world, who have, you know, had their entire professional careers in a man's world, in a man's world. And we've been, you know, having to fight for our seat at the table. And like, that's what she's doing. But she's not just fighting for herself now. She's fighting for everyone else like her. All the other similarly situated women, minorities, LGBTQ. That's what she's doing, in my opinion. So there's that. But poor Michael Proctor, he really deserves his privacy and his protection.
Without discussing a judge or a courtroom or a state trooper.
You believe there can be life after Karen Read acquitted of John O'Keefe's murder?
Sure, of course. I mean, there already is. There's moments in the day that are life like it is for everybody else.
Well, in this new interview with ABC News, Karen Read describes herself as being.
This is, wait, did we already watch 4 parts? Hold on just one second.
I get it. This is a burden.
Okay, yeah, I think this is the 4th part. Hang on.
Well, in this new interview with ABC News, Karen Read describes herself as being on a kind of crusade, and one of her targets is the corner office on Beacon Hill.
The Massachusetts State Police reports to is governed by the governor of Massachusetts.
Karen Read is now attacking Governor Maura Healy for how the state police handled her murder and manslaughter case for the death of John O'Keefe, which ended in not guilty verdicts. Read also cited a recent outside investigation that determined state police rely on paramilitary training for recruits.
I believe at a minimum, she's turned a blind eye to what the country is talking about in Norfolk County.
Read's comments come a day after she filed a lawsuit against state police and Canton police, which revealed fired state police trooper Michael Proctor and former Canton police sergeant Sean Goode made racist and sexist comments going back years, including this one about the town of Randolph.
This place is a complete hole. You can get him going early. I feel the no good.
I, just like everybody else, am disgusted.
This is Colonel
The head of
Noble.
the state police did not address Read's lawsuit directly, but did promise to restore public trust.
When we see events like this, our job collectively is to ensure that we are learning from them, that we are making any changes that we need to.
But Read's attorney says leadership is part of the problem at the state police.
There should probably be a federal judge who should be overseeing the Massachusetts State Police from the top.
Yeah.
We did reach out to the governor's office about Read's comments today. Also today, the town of Canton rejected Read's accusations and says it started the process to fire Sergeant Sean Goode before he resigned.
Who's this guy? I like this guy. David Beanick. I like him. All right. Well, Scott McGinnis, who's boots on the ground always, says, haha. Of course, WCVB5 Boston would say that Karen Read is attacking Governor Maura Healy. It's all politics. It's all politics. That was a better interview than the Today Show. Is there anybody who did not see the Today Show? Because I may just play it, and then if I have to cut it out, I'll have to cut it out. Because I found it offensive. Like, I was watching this. I didn't wake up at 7:30 to watch it, but I set the DVR. My kids laugh at me when I'm like, I taped Saturday Night Live if anybody wants to watch it. And they're like, they all start laughing. They're like, oh, you know, you could stream it on Peacock the next day, right? Like, they laugh at me that I use that I use the DVR. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it. It's only like 6 minutes. It's like not even 6 minutes. It was awful. So it was like, you don't even want to see it again. All right, you don't even want to see it again. All right, we don't have to see it again if you don't want to. All right, let's do this. You can go find it. Just Google into YouTube Today Show Karen Read, and it was offensive. I found it offensive. You know, it was like, oh, you had a lawsuit. You know, it's really all about the money, right? Right? It's all about the money. It's not all about the money. All right, so what have we done? We read Michael Proctor's emergency motion to get out of his deposition. We read the judge's ruling. Oh, here's what we got to look at. The judge's ruling in the defamation case about the protective order that the Hos defendants want their text messages secret. Oh, should we watch the hearing? Because Justice Served has the hearing. Do you want to watch the hearing? Because Michael Bryant, he'll be cool with it if I play it for you. He's the only one in there with a camera, and they would not let him live stream it. Do you want to do that? The protective order hearing. And then we have the papers on the, let's do that. Thank you, Justice Served. I will credit them as I always credit every creator whose content I play. And they are very kind to me. I've been on their show. He's already gotten a lot of views on it because he posted it earlier today. And I know that all of you guys will get on over there and you will hit the like button, hit the subscribe button for Justice Served because they did the Lord's work. And Michael, I don't know where Michael lives. Where in the world is Michael Bryant? I don't know where he lives, but he travels with his equipment. And I think he used to work with Billy Bush one back in the day, like at Access Hollywood or something. I don't know. But he was in the courtroom for the defamation hearing on the protective order. The Hos defendants were not there. Karen and Aiden were not there, but Justice Served was there. And so he's getting full credit for this. If the audio is not loud enough, just let me know. And he called it Inside the Crybabies Hearing. So get on over there. Give him the old like and a sub. I'm going to make this bigger so we get to see our Silver Fox Judge Gildea. And this again is James Jimbo Tuxbury for the Hos defendants on your left and on the right. Oh, Tim Bradle. It's a Tim Bradle day. I love it, Tim Bradle day. And it looks like could be Damon Selig. No, wait. No, it's not Damon because it's Aiden. All right, so Tim Bradle's appearing for Aiden. So that must be Damon Seligson appearing for Karen. I don't know. Let's take a look.
Again, just to give you the setup on this and why the audio is definitely less than perfect.
That's okay, Michael. We know you do good work. We're not gonna hold it against you. I'm gonna boost you. I'm gonna boost it. So you're good. You're all good. We love you. There he is, Michael Bryant, FaceTime.
Okay, he's talking about why they're there. We're here for the protective order, not the anti-slap thing, which is why we were confused at first and concerned. Is this really going forward or not?
We're actually arguing. We're not opposed to the protective order. We proposed.
Can you hear the court?
I was wondering how you could do when you agreed to it.
I boosted the court. Can you hear it? Okay.
Correct. So we're opposed to the reasons for the protective order, which is to get discovery when there's an anti-slap process coming. That's what we're opposed to. If the court's inclined to deny, to grant the motion, then obviously we're going to be fine with the protective order. So
just to set this up again, the Hos defendants, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins made a motion to the court saying all of the communications are out or they're coming out between us and the Norfolk DA's office. Remember, Norfolk DA's office means anybody who works there, including Adam Lally, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Hank Brennan, Michael Morrissey, victim witness advocates, anybody who's under the umbrella of the Norfolk DA's office, and they want their text messages and their communications with them to be kept private or impounded. Read Kearney and Karen Read argued, we went over all the papers, that, Judge, we're making anti-slap motions. All discovery is going to be stayed. We don't even have to agree to this now because discovery is going to be stayed. We don't want to sign a protective order on this stuff. It's not necessary. But the Hos defendants paid a lot of money to make this motion. And so I'm sure Jimbo Tuxbury is going to argue really, really, really hard to get a protective order. Can I turn on the closed captions? Yeah, but I'm just going to have to move them because I'm zoomed in.
our argument is we sort of
Hold on.
have the cart before the horse.
It's not letting me move them on the screen, so it's going to be hard, but I can't please everybody. I'm not a cupcake. I'm not a cupcake. I can't move them.
And discovery should be stayed. That's.
I understand both the defendants have indicated that they're going to file a motion relative to 5980. I understand Attorney Bradle has filed notice of it, but on a schedule that will be set forward. I think they're not due until July 7th, right? And we set a.
So he's saying the anti-slap motions aren't due until July 7th. So, you know, you can still do discovery in the meantime because this judge has not taken any of it. He's like, I'm not just going to not address this for like another month.
Hearing as well.
And again, he's being very strict on this scheduling. The notice was filed last Friday. So what? Notice just says we intend to file the acts on the
time is like you can as well if you wanted to.
So, Judge, just before we leave that point, sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's July 20th is the Rule 9A response time. It's July 7th is the final.
Whatever it is.
14th, it's in the order. So it's in the 9A process.
It's a period of time. So given, you're not in the other Plymouth case, but correct. Given our experience in the Plymouth case, where discovery really hasn't moved very quickly, even if there was some rule that precluded the discovery from going on now, which there isn't, would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. What's the harm in allowing a party, plaintiffs or defendants, to conduct discovery?
So, counsel was finishing.
Well, if he lets me answer, he can answer. If you want him to answer, he can.
So the court's basically saying, hey, it hasn't been filed. We can continue discovery, which is in this hearing
exactly what I just said.
The protective order. And Bradle and
I'm going to commentate for you, so I'm just going to fast forward this a little bit.
Before I get off.
Well, I already screwed that up.
That's why I'm trying to sit down here.
That's Damon Seligson, our South African king, prince, represents Karen Read in this defamation case.
Your Honor, the process is the same for both defendants. There is a statutory process with an anti-slap motion that automatically stays in discovery.
Right, but they would have said, stay it if someone contemplates filing it. Right? They didn't say that. They said it stayed when it's final.
It's
And it hasn't been filed yet. And here's why. Aidan Kearney did serve his motion on everyone. He served it. Massachusetts has a weird rule where the motion is not filed with the court until the response to the motion is in. So I would serve the motion on my adversary. I would serve it on them, send it to them, email it to them, whatever. And then once they respond to the motion or oppose the motion and it gets sent to me, that's when the motion gets filed with the court. It's a weird rule. And this judge is saying, well, you know, the deadline isn't until July. The motion hasn't been filed yet, so I'm not going to stay discovery right now. Typically, you have 7 days to respond to a motion. I don't know if Massachusetts has a weird rule about that. And then another 2 days after that, I could reply. If they oppose my motion, I want to reply. And then once everything is in, then it gets filed. That's why it's not filed with the court yet. But again, this judge is having none of these. He put this on the fast track, by the way. The defamation case is on a fast track.
Say when it's filed, I agree with that. So if the court's inclined to grant the motion, we'll be fine with the protective order. But again, the process is set up to prevent discovery, cost, incurring time and expense.
Excuse me for interrupting. You already have these documents, right?
We have them in the other case, yes.
Well, you have same party, you have them. So how is this possibly going to cost Ms. Reed any more money?
Now,
we don't know.
Here's the deal here, and I agree to some level with the judge, but not entirely. He's saying you already have most of these documents from the other case, meaning the.
Yeah, but there's a protective order in that case, and they can't use them in this case. That's the problem. I think that's what Michael's going to say. I haven't watched his version
Wrongful
of this.
death case, right? And Seligson going to say, well, yeah, because Seligson has been arguing, look, we're going to spend all this money on this discovery. It's going to be stayed literally within days. Why are we doing that? And the court is saying, well, you already have most of those documents. How are you going to be expending more time and money to get them if you already recognize it? And he does keep.
Have the documents.
For death case are very different to the claims in this case.
And you have the documents. You can see that.
The process is intended to prevent that regardless. Even there still will be costs if there's going to be discovery that has to be addressed in this defamation case that we're not necessarily dealing with in the other case. So there will be cost charge. Even though we're actively underway in that case, there are more lawyers, there are different claims and different parties. This case was filed, and the statute acts that way.
Well, I guess if the defendants didn't want to have discovery conducted based upon a 59H motion, maybe they shouldn't have agreed to the extended schedule or asked for the extended schedule relative to the 59H, because that's just going to delay discovery in this case a month and a half or 2 months.
He doesn't want any delays here.
I think there still is the same statutory process, regardless of the sort of the reality versus the process that's supposed to be in place, which is that discovery is stayed. If there wasn't the other case,
forget the other case. If I stick to what the statute says, it says discovery is stayed upon file.
Right.
So the premature issue is not persuasive.
I respect that.
All right. So now let's go to Mr. Kearney's.
Thank you very much.
Wait till you hear what Tim Bradle says. This, I heard a portion of it. Yeah, I'm streaming someone else's. I'm streaming Justice Served because this is the only video of this hearing that exists. So go on over, give Justice Served a like and a sub. Friend of Dog gifted 10 memberships. You're so generous. I'll get to the rest of these super chats as soon as this, it's not much longer.
And so basically you have Seligson says.
So you are, hang on. And that's chapter 1.
The anti-slap is not official.
Hang on. And that's chapter 266, section 10. Right?
So I missed the first part here.
The other reason, you cite prematurity in your opposition.
Yes.
The other reason we point to is chapter 66, section 10, correct?
Yes.
Public records.
Yes.
Would you agree that this motion is not about chapter 66, section 10?
Okay, one of the things argued by Bradle in his papers was that
we know that it's public record, and so they shouldn't be protected. Got it.
Well, I think it's part of it, Your Honor. Can I just give you a little rewind here, Your Honor?
I'm going to answer my question.
Well, some of the records that...
And in fact, if you're saying it's not about 6610, I don't know why you cite the Worcester Telegraph case, which is only about Chapter 6610. And in that case, the court found that the judge didn't abuse his discretion in setting up a process that limited exposure, right? Limited production.
Right, and we see this in every protective order case. The DA's office wants full discretion to unilaterally determine what's what. And some of those documents may well be public records. We don't know. They have
some of them may very well be protected from disclosure. Contrary to what you say in your memo, and everything is subject to disclosure.
I'm not going to fall into this trap, Your Honor, because we don't want to talk about protective orders. We want to talk about the Anti-Slapp statute staying discovery.
You just heard me say premature argument is not persuasive.
So
if you want to waste time on it, go ahead.
Well,
he served his
Your Honor,
motion though.
So the judge is kind of a smart ass.
He is under the I want you to look at this from Mr. Kearney's perspective, okay? The Anti-Slapp statute is immensely important to him. He is under indictment on 10 felonies, 10 charges, most of which are felonies in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. So he needs the benefit of the Anti-Slapp statute, the expense, the cost. He's got Fifth Amendment privileges. He has a real substantial need for what is his right under the Anti-Slapp statute. And I think you're putting too much focus on the notion that, oh, it's not filed yet. You know, we filed it last Friday and we agreed to extra time. So we shouldn't have to pay the price for that in this regard.
He gave them extra time to answer.
Please interrupt. The statute says filed, right? Superior Court Rule 9A has a process, and you served it, but it's not filed.
That's because you got screwed up rules.
I agree that I also agree that the time is coming very quickly that it will be filed under 9A, and it would have been filed much quicker if we didn't agree to a time period extension. So I don't think you should hold us accountable for that in terms of making us go through discovery first. There's a very substantial Anti-Slapp motion here, Your Honor. Everything Mr. Kearney does in this case is petitioning activity. This is a very strong motion. It's been filed. It's been served.
Save it for the motion.
Right.
He's getting saved for the anti-quarterback. It's
asking for, it's been served. It's going to be filed very shortly. And he's asking for a little bit of forbearance in the sense that it's imminent. And
wait, your motion didn't ask for forbearance. Your opposition didn't ask for forbearance. Your opposition said they're wrong and the protective order shouldn't be entered. It's a different story if you came in and said, hey, we need more time. Here are the issues, but that's not what your paper said.
Well, I think it's sort of between the lines, Your Honor, is that
so now Gildea is giving him a hard time. Some tapes,
because this is imminent. The
our extension
is imminent, and so if you want to talk about the protective order, I'm happy to talk about the protective order. Okay, they don't just get a protective order by just saying the magic words. We want a protective order.
Again, he's talking about the House defendants: Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert. They want their communications with the Norfolk DA's office protected.
They need to make the showing. The presumption is that these documents are discoverable and accessible and can be used for all purposes. If the government wants to do something else, where are they? Why aren't they here saying, Judge, we need a protective order?
The Norfolk DA's office didn't even show up for this hearing, okay? They didn't even show up. They're the ones who are squawking about needing a protective order.
They put this on the plaintiffs, with the puppet string saying, oh, sure, we'll give it to you, just get a protective order.
See, now that's what I was talking about after the fact.
Okay. Sorry, Michael, I gotta.
For going on 3 years now. With Mr. Kearney, we've been subject to these protective orders for going on 3 years now. There's been these ridiculous situations where everyone on Twitter has everything that Mr. Kearney's prohibited from looking at. And
that's right. They've got Aidan Kearney's full phone extraction, and he doesn't have it, right? I think, right? If you're confused about what's happening here, rewind, because I already explained it like 4 times. I can't keep stopping to explain it, but just rewind.
there's been
This is the defamation case against Aidan and Karen. They're suing Aidan and Karen.
incredible abuse of protective orders.
And ironic that you'd have Mr. Kearney complaining about what's out on social media.
Oh, that was a little snarky. Kind of ironic that you'd be complaining about Mr. Kearney, what's on social media. Listen to that.
And there's been an incredible abuse of protective orders.
And ironic that you'd have Mr. Kearney complaining about what's out on social media.
Now, that was a little snide. But
Let's on social media. Well, Your Honor, he's not the only one on social media, Your Honor. And
all right, so let's talk about the case you cited. All right, do you have that case with you?
Which one, Your
Honor? The Worcester Telegram case. Because you state in your motion that you cite to the Worcester Telegram case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you talk about this order giving the DA's office unilateral discretion to designate any of the subject records confidential and restrict their use pursuant to the protective, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you agree, similar to the Worcester Telegram case, there's a process set forth in the protective order that would result in a review of any claims that the DA's office may have as to privilege?
Which they have not put forth.
In the protective order that's written, there's a process set forth in there. So it's not a unilateral determination that stands forever. You agree there's a process?
I read it to mean that they decide whether those categories are applicable or not.
And then do you not think that other people can contest it?
How do you know what to contest?
Exactly, but they tell you we're not going to produce it, right?
Judge, I think you're giving them way too much leeway when they're not here to press the protective order.
Right.
Where they filed some piece of paper that we have to parse out without them here. They need to be here. If they want a protective order, this is a significant burden on a government agency to keep things hidden and keep things controlled. And they're not here.
What rule says that the claimant can't seek protective order?
What rule says they can? This is a whole other issue, Your Honor, is the abuse of the criminal process for discovery. Okay. The civil bar has extensive provisions in the rules of civil procedure for discovery.
I just got to get your phrase. Abuse of the criminal process for what?
For discovery purposes, Your Honor. Criminal discovery.
Who's abusing the criminal process?
Did you hear that little chuckle? The siding in
the civil process. Plaintiffs are trying to just rather than going through the civil process, plaintiffs are trying to just get carte blanche discovery from the DA's office. How about we conduct it here and
not following. I mean, they avail themselves of the discovery rights to serve a subpoena on a non-party. Right? So how's that an abuse of the criminal process?
Your Honor, all of those documents have been garnered in this criminal matter through the criminal rules of procedure. So to the extent that there's any sort of divergence in the entitlements, civil versus criminal, I think it needs to be filtered through the civil process. The idea that I read criminal law every day, and the idea that a civil litigant can just go to a criminal case that's been going on and say, give us everything. Oh, here's a protective order.
Sounds like you and the DA's office agree that they don't want to give everything. They want a process put forth there. And the process is to protect them.
I think they need to go through the court system. And if they want a protective order, it needs to be litigated before Your Honor, because there's no more criminal case.
Let's litigate it right now. That's what we're here.
They're not here.
No, but we are.
They're not there.
They should.
So, basically, noting DA's office.
About Chapter 66.
Public.
Again, this is not about Chapter 66, Section 10. You cite that in your opposition. And there's no question that some of the materials that they may have could be privileged or not subject to disclosure. Would you agree with that?
Agreed.
And there's a process that's being put forth in this service that will allow for review of such issues.
Again, our position, Judge, is that the anti-SLAPP is imminent. It has a very strong bar to discovery.
Don't go back to the anti-SLAPP because that's not relevant to the argument we're talking about now. Stick to the argument you make.
The protective order shouldn't even be considered because
I like secondhand discomfort. It's like being in law school and the professor has you like standing up in front of the whole class and like going through cases and tell me the holding of this case and tell me the holding of that case. Go back to this, go back to that.
discovery should be stated.
Kyle was on vacation today and he couldn't show up. Bradel's doing a great job considering this is not necessarily his wheelhouse, right? This is a civil defamation case, and I guess Pyle couldn't make it. So Tim Bradel's doing an excellent job, and he actually did serve the motion, but he gave them more time to respond, and now it's being held against him. Stop being so nice, Tim Bradel.
Because of the imminent anti-SLAPP motion that's being filed, and there's good, equitable reasons why this court should allow Mr. Kearney the benefit of the anti-SLAPP statute and stay, because he's in a criminal case right now. He's bleeding money. He's fighting off.
There it is. He's bleeding money, Your Honor. He's bleeding money. Okay? He should be entitled to the protection of the anti-SLAPP motion because the law says once you file that motion, discovery stops. He's bleeding money. And Tim really cares about his clients. Like he cares about Kelsey so much. You could just see it, the way he cares about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And I'm sure he really cares about Aiden too, even though sometimes he probably wants to kill him, hypothetically. Listen.
Mr. Kearney the benefit of the anti-SLAPP statute and stay, because he's in a criminal case right now. He's bleeding money. He's fighting off Norfolk County. He has all kinds of litigation going on. And if anyone needs the benefit of the anti-SLAPP statute, it's Mr. Kearney. Right. He hasn't conducted any discovery. We filed it in a very timely manner. We like counsel I'm sure would do for us. We gave more time, and now the courts wants to use the more time against us. That, oh, it's not filed yet. I mean, it's imminent. It's going to be filed. He is under the thumb of the government in a very serious criminal case where we contend they're engaging in viewpoint discrimination. This is never this type of criminal prosecution has never been brought upon any journalist in the country.
I don't want to interrupt you.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I am.
As a journalist, it's never happened. And the way that mainstream media is not sticking up for Turtle Boy, because next it's going to be them. First they come for the little guy, then they come for you. Okay? You think you're protected by your ABC, NBC affiliate designation? You're not. Is the woman who knocked on Sean Goode's door or Michael Proctor's door today going to get witness intimidation charges next? Maybe not because she didn't talk about him or talk to him. But come on, man. Even the court officer knows it. He's like, what?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
People are saying, I wish Pyle was there to argue this. I don't think it would have had a different outcome. Except that Aiden would have had to pay a different lawyer that day or two lawyers to show up that day instead of one. I don't think it would have had a different outcome.
The judge is not having any of this. And so as valiant as Tim might be in arguing whether it's evident under health
aren't relevant to the issue that's before you. You'll have your day in court to argue those issues.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Let's focus on just why we're here.
So I'll leave it here, Your Honor. I don't want to take up too much of the first time.
You take up all the time you can.
I appreciate it. Right. Our position, Judge, is that the anti-SLAPP statute stays discovery, the filing is imminent, the trying to sort of rush this discovery and rush through a protective.
And counsel for the Norfolk DA's office didn't even bother to show up. So, Your Honor, how could you really even rule in their favor at all? They don't care enough to even come.
Or that's not properly the burdens attendant to a protective order are not properly met here. We would object to that, and we ask that the court deny the protective order, deny discovery, and stay discovery given the anti-Slapp statute. So that's our position. I respect your ruling, Your Honor.
You didn't even hear it yet.
I will respect your ruling.
I think Your Honor covered most of our issues. The one point obviously is the subpoena that we served here, Your Honor, to the Norfolk County DAs was actually in response to a subpoena served by Ms. Reed in this case. So it seems that
because they're going to argue it's limited, it's not exactly what you.
Sure. Well,
I'll let you argue. Thank you.
Well,
You've made my argument. Thank you, Judge.
all we asked for is the same thing that
So here you have Seligson is actually.
All right, so that's that. I don't know if the judge rules from the bench, but I've got the ruling in writing, which is what I would rather show you anyway. So let me do that. Thank you again to Justice Serve TV for doing the Lord's work. Michael, you're amazing. I've already had my people here for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I still got to get to the papers from the House defendants. So I couldn't listen to your commentary as well, but I'm sure that it was excellent as always. Okay, here we go. The judge already decided this motion, and he has written on the first page of the motion for protective order with his ruling. Let me just pull some of this stuff down here for you. June 5th, 2026. I know the print is really small. Let me see if I can get it a little bit bigger somehow. June 5th, 2026. A hearing on this motion was held on June 4th, 2026. Okay, so this hearing was yesterday and the 5th is today. I've done so many shows, I have no idea what day it is anymore. The requested protective order with the Norfolk County DA's office is in the same form as one entered in this other case number. Defendants oppose, claiming the request is premature because of motions that are scheduled to be filed pursuant to the Anti-Slapp. I am not persuaded by the argument that the request is premature, given that the Anti-Slapp law, which is Section 59H, provides that discovery proceedings shall be stayed upon the filing, and that's underlined, of the Anti-Slapp motion, and the court ordered, with the consent of the parties, that 59H motions would be filed on or before July 7th, over a month from now. I believe it is in defendant's implicit request that discovery be stayed is premature. Mr. Kearney, who is not a party to that other lawsuit, which I think that is the lawsuit. Let me just check. Hold on. Oh, please. 692. That is the wrongful death case, the Paul O'Keefe against Karen Reed and the Waterfall and C.F. McCarthy's. Also argues that a protective order is not needed as any records held by Norfolk County DA's office. It says, I'm sorry. Mr. Kearney, who is not a party to the wrongful death action, also argues that a protective order is not needed as any records held by the DA's office are presumptively public pursuant to General Law 6610, citing to Worcester Telegram and Gazette Corp. Versus Chief of Police of Worcester, 2002 case. However, this case is not about the public records law. The Worcester case originated with a request under the public records law, and this SJC affirmed the lower court's order allowing limited disclosure of police department records with the benefit of a protective order. Further, contrary to Mr. Kearney's suggestion that Norfolk DA's office would have unilateral discretion, the proposed protective order provides a process for this court to determine if designated confidential documents should be impounded pursuant to Trial Court Rule 8, a rule that requires a finding by the court of good cause. The motion is allowed, so they do get a protective order, but the judge is saying, I can overrule portions of that protective order at my discretion because I need to find good cause. And so I think he just wants to get it moving. He just wants to get it moving. And so he wants the discovery to move along And what he's saying, I think, is that he has the right, if they don't turn over everything, to tell them to turn over everything and then to take the protective order away. But for now, that's what I think they want to do. I know. That's comical. Making Account says they drag Turtle into every case, regardless if he's a formal party or not. It's maddening. I know a lot of you feel that way. I feel you. I do. All right. Now let's go back to the chat for a moment, and then we're going to get to the other papers, and then we're going to be out of here. Tortoise interference. Thank you for your time. There aren't a lot of options other than money. And let's face it, the defendants care more about money and power than they do about truth and human life. Thank you for your 10. Zoe, thank you for your 20. You know, I have some pointed questions for Dever if I was able to depose her. Real 911 dispatchers know what's up, unlike a bunch of cops hanging out at a desk playing switchboard operator overnight. Put me in, coach. Thanks, Zoe. Maybe a dumb question. Can you FOIA a deposition? No, typically they're not made public unless they're attached to motion papers. When the case is over, if they're part of the court file, they may be made public, but they're typically, I mean, New York anyway, we don't file our depositions with the court. I don't know if Massachusetts does or not. So I don't want to give you the wrong answer, but no, I'm just going to say you can't FOIA it for sure. Unless it becomes part of the official court record, you probably won't ever see it. Hello said, don't forget the Commonwealth asking about the kid's dad's death on live news about him over their mom's grave. OD, that is not what they knew. It wasn't on news. It was at trial. It was at trial. They read the text messages out. That's how I remember it. Hello. Thank you for your 20. I don't remember seeing it on the news. I remember Hank Brennan reading that text message in open court, and it was a text message of Michael Proctor. So again, if you want to be mad at somebody, you should be mad at Michael Proctor if you think Karen Read is guilty. Stand with Mel says, I thought the Today Show was a disaster. It was another example of why I watch, Melanie Little and not mainstream news. Oh, thank you. I don't know if your username has anything to do with me, but I'll allow it. Thanks for your 5. Jules says, I love her attorney's confidence in her now. Thanks, Jules. Stand with Mel says, I do think Karen Read could have had better answers prepared for the Today Show. She needs to have an answer ready for every derogatory question that can be thrown her way from journalists who know nothing about the case. Agreed. I don't think she got the questions in advance. And really, I guess you have to anticipate moronic questions like the ones they asked her. Like, for example, where is it? Somebody put it in the chat. Hang on. I think we covered it already. But you're right. She says she should be ready for every derogatory question that can be thrown her way from journalists who know nothing about the case, right? Isn't this all about money? Tammy Lynn, we should all recap the announcement the MSP had after Karen was acquitted for the second time. Seems like more cover-up now than ever. Thank you for your 5. Geraldine says, what happens if Proctor just doesn't show up? He could be sanctioned by the court, monetarily or otherwise, held in contempt, thrown in jail. Imagine that. That would be hilarious if the way Proctor winds up in jail is for failing to show up for his deposition in a civil case. Wise old owl. We were talking about Bye Bye Birdie. He says, my daughter was in a play with Zac Efron. It was Bye Bye Birdie. That's crazy. My daughter was the lead. Also in Greece. She was with Zac Efron. Where do you live? California? Hello. Thanks for your 5. Melanie Little. That's not how I spell my name. You got the audio down. It's way louder than you. I'm not complaining. I always have my in-ears, but dang, the court is loud. Well, I boosted it because Michael's audio is not good in the beginning. If it changed, I'm sorry. I'm not a cupcake. I didn't see your super chat in time, but I'm sorry. Did I get a new system? No. All I did was boost his audio because he said his audio wasn't good. Thanks for all your super chats to tell me to turn it down. I'm sorry I didn't see him in time. Lisa, when the interviewer said, have you ever been on the internet? My chin hit the floor. Yes, that's what he said. Craig Melvin on the Today Show said to Karen Read, like, have you been on the internet? And she just looked at him like, what are you talking about? She's like, well, I see it. He's like, well, don't you know what people are saying about you on the internet? Something weird like that. And he was like, literally, like he got his information and his talking points from trolls on Twitter. It was crazy. That was one of the weird things. So you can search up that Today Show interview and watch the whole thing if you like. A false memory is not a lie. Became a member. Welcome. Here for the T says, ooh, Mel, did you see the officer that lost the SD card got fired today? No. No, the one that we talked about yesterday in the judge's order on Aaron Spencer? Oh, Carmen knows your address. Why is it considered a protective order? Because they're protecting things from public disclosure. Thank you, Kimini Cricket. Stand with Mel says, well, against your advice, I wandered over to X. I woke up arguing with my pillow. I told you, don't go there. Don't go there. It's bad. It's evil. Kimini Cricket, why is Proctor's a PO versus a schedule change? Well, because that's what his motion was for. His motion, he can't really make a motion for a schedule change. He's making the motion because the defense would not agree to an adjournment. So he had to make a motion. And that it's under a certain rule. I mean, I could look it up if you want. We could look at the rule. Let's do that. Civil Rule 26C. Hold, please. Or you could just Google it, but I'll look it up for you because I don't have a lot of time. 26C. Here we go. Massachusetts Rule of Civil Procedure 26C governs the issuance of protective orders during the discovery phase of civil litigation. Under this rule, a court may issue an order to protect a party or person. That's why it's a protective order, to protect a party or person from annoyance, embarrassment, oppression, or undue burden or expense. You have to show good cause. And you have to show proportionality factors, meaning the judge balances the discovery request using things in different proportions, whether you can, and there's a whole cost benefit analysis to it. Just if you want to just read the whole entire rule for yourself, Google MRCP 26C. But that's basically what it is in a nutshell, because I don't have time to go over everything tonight. Although I wish I did, because there's nothing I love more than spending all of my time with you guys. All right, moving on. Let's take a look at the papers from the federal court action. This is the reply memorandum filed by the Hos defendants. That's what the thumbnail's about tonight. It's Karen Read against Michael Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Higgins. So I'm not going to read every single word of this because it's 117 pages, but not, the motion is about, I don't know, 20, but I don't think we need to read the whole entire thing. So we're just going to get through the salient points and see what they're whining about and all the reasons why they think their case should automatically be thrown out because of anti-Slapp, because there's a lot of things that they say, everything they say that they did, everything is petitioning activity. That's what they want you and I and everyone to believe. Okay. So here it is. This was filed on the 3rd, which was only 2 days ago, but although it feels like a year ago. So many things have happened in between that it's crazy. Oh, Joyce, thank you so much for your Venmo. She says, because I adore you. Deanna, thank you. I think that's Mrs. Goodman for your Venmo. Says, this effing MFer. Thank you for doing a large part of the Lord's work. Oh, yeah. So it's hi, Mr. G and Mom in New Hampshire, says Deanna. She says hi. And thank you, Charlene, for your Cash App. Says, thank you for always out here doing the hard work. Thank you, Charlene. Ain't no place I'd rather be. Gigi, Gigi, I don't know if you're here, if you're still recuperating in bed or maybe you fell asleep, but I changed the waiting period to like 48 hours for you because everyone missed you. Everyone missed you, Gigi. So I hope you're doing well. So here it is. And this is what they're filing. Their reply memorandum of law. So they filed their motion to dismiss. Karen filed a response. This is their reply. Karen filed an opposition. This is the reply. Reply memorandum of law in further support of the Commonwealth witnesses' special motion to dismiss under Massachusetts Anti-Slapp statute and a motion to dismiss pursuant to federal rule of civil procedure. You remember that Karen had a couple of reasons why. She said you can't bring an anti-SLAPP motion in federal court because of choice of laws, and she cited some cases, and federal law trumps state law. And she said, not only did you say things and your testimony is protected as petitioning activity, but your actions are not protected as petitioning activity because they're not words, they're actions. I'm summarizing. Okay. Preliminary statement. Karen Read's opposition does not rescue her amended complaint. Instead, it confirms the amended complaint's fatal deficiency. Each claim she asserts against the Commonwealth witnesses is, at its core, an attempt to punish citizens for cooperating with law enforcement and testifying under oath, a theory of liability that no court has ever endorsed, that the Massachusetts Anti-Slapp statute was enacted to foreclose, and that Supreme Court precedent squarely prohibits. They think that's all they did. They think they're being punished for just testifying and cooperating with law enforcement. In her opposition, Ms. Read concedes that Supreme Court case law bars claims based on sworn testimony or statements to police, yet in the next breath disregards that controlling law and argues without legal citation that her allegations that the Commonwealth witnesses allegedly lied to police or provided false testimony are sufficient to state a claim. The opposition fails to cite a single case where an acquitted criminal defendant successfully sued lay witnesses for malicious prosecution based on testimonial activity. That is because no such case exists. Well, you're damn right. You're damn right no such case exists. Because it is very, very rare that a criminal defendant is tried twice for a car accident that didn't happen, acquitted based on a shoddy investigation, and certain people who, in many people's opinion, may or may not have pulled the puppet strings of Michael Morrissey's marionette. You've seen the hostage video. You made your own, you came to your own conclusions. I'm not brainwashing you like people want you to think. I don't think Aidan Carney's brainwashing you. I think you're all smart enough to do your own investigation. And yeah, didn't Jen McCabe admit to lying to the FBI on the stand at trial? Yes, she did. She absolutely did. But here's their excuse for that, because they've got excuses for everything. Ms. Read attempts to escape the straightforward boundaries of the Massachusetts Anti-Slapp statute, absolute immunity doctrine, and state and federal law by recasting the Commonwealth witnesses' conduct as something other than protected activity, principally by alleging a conspiracy to manufacture or destroy certain evidence purportedly related to the death of Officer John O'Keefe. Well, let me tell you something. This was filed the day before Karen Read's lawsuit was filed, where all of Proctor's text messages, and some of, not all of them, some selected cherry-picked text messages of Proctor, and some selected cherry-picked messages of Sergeant Goode came out, and where it was said that these Hos defendants particularly were backdooring information to Proctor and others. And we know that they may have a bat phone to Michael Morrissey. We've talked about this a million times. It might not be so strange now for even non-believers to now believe, since Michael Proctor admitted in text messages that he would just plant a bag of Coke on a guy, stick a nightstick up his butt, and just let him take the fall, that a guy like Michael Proctor may smash and plant taillight pieces on your brother-in-law's lawn to help a friend, when he has told the world that he would plant a bag of Coke on a guy that he doesn't even know. If that's the kind of thing that he would do to somebody that he doesn't even know, what do you think he would do to help people that he does know? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? It's not a leap. It's not a huge leap to make, is it? Do you think it's a huge leap to make? Let's put Afro Man Cupcake up in the corner, thanks to Charissa. Because again, this is the Afro Man effect. Stop looking at us. Stop We want our privacy. We want our privacy. We want our privacy. And now Michael Proctor just told the world that he's willing to frame a guy by planting a bag of coke on him, sticking a nightstick up his butt, and letting him take the fall. A guy he doesn't even know.
You're welcome.
Right? What's a little tail light? Not a huge leap. Ms. Reed's allegations do not support such characterization, and she fails to cite any legal authority to buttress her argument. Yeah, because this has never happened before, where a bunch of lay people who are like the Canton Mafia, maybe, in her opinion, decided to frame a girl for a crime she didn't commit and had some help inside the force. And you know what's so interesting about this, too? That sets this apart from so many other cases like it. Mafia type, conspiracies, is that two of the defendants here, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, are law enforcement. They are law enforcement. Brian Albert was with the Boston Police Department and Brian Higgins with the ATF. They're not just lay people, okay? Two of them are law enforcement. They didn't investigate this case, obviously, but they know who did. And they're good friends with those who did. And they're supposed to be held to a higher standard than just regular lay people. So go on with your bad selves. Keep making these arguments, but they're just disingenuous. Darlene gifted another 10 memberships. What? Girl, you're on fire. Thank you. Thanks to all of you that were so randomly gifted by the tubes of you. Just, you have special emojis there. Use them. Although if you're on your phone right now, you probably can't because there's a YouTube user error for anybody using an iPhone. I have an iPhone. If you have an Android, are they working for you? You're very sweet, Darlene McKenney. I think she already gifted at least 10 earlier. So based on the explosive stuff that dropped yesterday about Proctor, the allegations of a conspiracy to manufacture or destroy certain evidence purportedly related to the death of John O'Keefe is not so hard to believe anymore, is it? With respect to her anti-Slapp defense, Ms. Reed fails to identify any non-petitioning activity that is germane to the claims pleaded against each Commonwealth witness. Oh, it's all germane. It's all germane. The butt dials, the Google searches, all of it. None of that stuff is protected under anti-Slapp. It's just not. Tell him the guy never went in the house. That's not testimony. That's collusion. Emojis are fine on Android. Okay. I still can't believe this is real life either. I can't. But we're here. In addressing the second anti-Slapp prong, the opposition itself and the evidence submitted with it defeats her arguments. Most telling is Ms. Reed's affidavit, wherein she testifies under oath for the first time since Officer O'Keefe was killed. It's not really testimony, it's a sworn statement, but okay. She has the right against self-incrimination and the right to take the fifth, and she doesn't have to testify at her criminal defense. But let's make that, just throw that in there so that the uneducated will think that that makes her guilty. In that sworn statement, it is what Ms. Reed fails to say that speaks the loudest. Ms. Reed does not address the single most critical fact underlying her entire complaint against the Commonwealth witnesses, that she ever witnessed Officer O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview. Okay. Does she have to put in her affidavit that she saw him enter the house to make it real? That y'all may have conspired against her to pin it on her because something else happened? This is like a red herring. Right? That omission is not an oversight. It is an admission. Equally telling is the second glaring omission in Ms. Reed's affidavit. She does not dispute that she had made several incriminating statements on the morning of January 29th of 2022. Oh, man. Thus, she does not refute the accuracy of Ms. McCabe's statements to police or Ms. McCabe's related testimony on that issue. Right. Well, we all know about Ms. McCabe's statement to the police because she told the police one thing and then another thing and then a third thing. And then only at trial did she say that she heard Karen Read say, I had him. Right? Am I getting that right? Or Ms. McCabe's related testimony on that issue. Right. Because everything is different. She kept changing her story. The opposition compounds these failures by misrepresenting both the record and the law. With respect to the record, it grossly mischaracterizes the exhibits in an attempt to prove that the Commonwealth witnesses lied to investigators and fabricated evidence. Grossly mischaracterizes the exhibits? On the governing legal standards, the opposition fares no better. First, it misreads Supreme Court precedent to suggest that this court is forbidden from hearing the anti-SLAPP motions. Moreover, it misinterprets Supreme Judicial Court authority in an attempt to place the Commonwealth witnesses' statements to first responders outside the scope of the absolute immunity privilege. Oh, wait, so you can lie to the cops in your statements and get away with it because it's petitioning activity? I don't know about that. I guess we're going to have to see. The opposition similarly misconstrues, among other things, the accrual rules for certain torts, the elements of civil conspiracy under Massachusetts law, and the intrinsically coercive standard of the MCRA, in each instance stretching settled doctrine past its breaking point. Okay. In other words, everything Karen Read said is a lie and wasn't true and doesn't apply and is misapplied. And just please dismiss our case. What Ms. Read is seeking is clear. She wants a federal court to punish witnesses toward whom she harbors clear animus for testifying and providing information to police simply because she contends that testimony and information may have contributed to her arrest, indictment, and prosecution. It 100% did. Are you kidding me? Two of you are in law enforcement. Two of you had access to the Sally Port where her car was towed before even seeing it. The lead investigator in this case never even went to the scene of the crime. He called in to tow her car before even seeing a picture of the taillight. This is a joke. And listen, she wants a federal court to punish. She didn't file this case in federal court. Okay, you did. You removed it to federal court. She filed it in state court, where it belongs. You moved it to federal court because you didn't want cameras on you. And yet you showed up the other day to court like some big old photo op. You can't make this up. You just can't. Every court has rejected such prior attempts, and this court should do the same. Right. So everyone can just lie to police to pin something on somebody that they don't like and that isn't part of their inner circle, and they can just be protected because you say so. Cool. Here's the argument about Burke versus Choi not overruling binding anti-SLAPP precedent. You can read through it if you want. I'm going to skip through it. But she's saying that they're saying that Karen Read is saying you can't use anti-SLAPP motions in federal court because it's a state statute. They're saying, oh no, oh yes, you can because you read the case wrong, blah, blah, blah. And then they go on to talk about the case. Burke v. Choi, if you want to go read it, please do. I'm sure someone else like Brother Counsel will read it and explain it to you. I don't have the bandwidth for that tonight. And then blah, 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 blah. We can. Yes, we can. We can do it here. And it should totally be thrown out because we should be able to move for anti-SLAPP in federal court. Here we go. The alleged non-petitioning activity is not relevant to Ms. Read's causes of action and therefore should not be considered. Okay. So your actions are not relevant to the fact that you all pointed law enforcement to her to violate her civil rights? Really? Okay, let's see how you spin this. Faced with the reality that her claims are grounded exclusively in petitioning activity, the opposition points to a handful of ancillary allegations to manufacture the relevance of non-petitioning conduct. This effort fails as a matter of law. Tellingly, the opposition does not discuss or even cite 477 Haverson Ave versus Jace Boston, a case from 2017, or another case from 2008, discussed throughout our opening motion. This case made clear that in assessing whether the only conduct complained of is petitioning activity, a judge considers only the allegations that are relevant to the discrete causes of action brought. The creativity in these motions is astounding, says Sherilyn. It's astounding. Yes, I know. We want privacy. We want privacy. It's the Harry and Meghan Markle World Privacy Tour from Canada. If you look at my thumbnail, I have a little, they're in the corner a little bit. Oh, and sometimes instead of Afro-Man in the corner, we put them in the corner. Meghan and Harry on their privacy tour. Well, here's their house. We want privacy, respect our privacy. And then they're curtain twitching out the window, which you can see here a little bit better. You can just see them curtain twitching out the window, just like Matt and Jen McCabe were looking out the window the whole entire time at 34 Fairview, seeing Karen's car as it moved up and moved up and moved up. And then all of a sudden they saw it stop in the place where coincidentally John O'Keefe's body wound up the next day. Interesting, isn't it? How the body would be placed right there. Maybe if you were a conspiracy theorist. Where the purported non-petitioning activity does not bear any apparent relation to the causes of action, it does not defeat the first prong of the anti-Slapp analysis. Ms. Reed ignores this doctrine because it destroys her argument entirely. Well, this is all going to be up to the judge. Oh, here. The purported non-petitioning activity boils down to only those, albeit preposterous, allegations that the Commonwealth witnesses, I call them the Hos defendants, moved Officer O'Keefe's body, destroyed or discarded 2 cell phones, and communicated about the investigation with one another. Well, they did do all of those things. Well, I don't know about moving the body, but, we can just assume because, listen, I don't know. Michael Morrissey told us that 11 people didn't see John come in the house. That's what he said. And then all the people that left after allegedly John O'Keefe was killed by Karen Reed's car, none of them saw his body on the lawn, even though there was only enough snow to track a cat. None of them saw his body on the lawn. Lucky didn't see it on the lawn at 2:30. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins absolutely did indeed destroy or discard their cell phones. And all of them communicated with one another in their group text messages, telling the guy never went in the house, et cetera, et cetera. Nowhere in those group text messages did we see anything like, oh my God, what do you think happened to John? Right? No, it's all about, don't text about it. We'll find out more tomorrow. Tell him the guy never went in the house. There's no grieving text messages about their dear friend. Footnote 2 says, for the reasons addressed in the opening motion, as well as those described herein, Ms. Reed's continued reliance on the allegation that Ms. McCabe Googled Hos long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. should not be afforded any credence. Here's the thing. When you try and get a complaint dismissed on the papers, the judge takes everything in the complaint as truth because there's been no discovery yet. So you could ask him to do that, but he's not going to do that because he's going to take everything as true. See how that works? The singular expert whom Ms. Reed proffered to render that conclusion was subsequently determined to be utterly unreliable between her first and second murder trials, as evidenced by Ms. Reed's decision not to call him as an expert during their second trial. Okay. Who wants to attack this? Anyone? Anybody still awake here that wants to attack this? Really? You trying to get the court to believe that Karen Reed knew that Richard Green was unreliable and that's why she didn't call him at the second trial? Or maybe, just maybe, it was because Ian Whiffen was such a great witness for the defense that she didn't need to pay Richard Green to come in and testify. Maybe that. Moreover, the opposition cites directly to the testimony of another expert, Mr. Ian Whiffen, who credibly testified that Ms. Reed's alleged Google search conspiracy was a farce. It's a question of fact for a jury. Ms. Reed should not be permitted to continuously rely on evidence, especially in an attempt to satisfy a difficult burden that she knows to be false and misleading. No, 100%. There are experts who say that happened at 2:27. I don't need to argue about it now. You can go argue with some people on Twitter if you prefer, because they're all doing it still to this day. They actually attach Ian Whiffin's entire report to this motion. That's why it's so long. I haven't even had time to read it yet. As detailed in the opening motion, these allegations are irrelevant to the principal question underlying Ms. Reed's primary tort claim, whether each of the individual Commonwealth witnesses commenced or continued the prosecution of Ms. Reed. The opposition fails to address any alleged non-petitioning activity with respect to each claim asserted against each Commonwealth witness. Right. He admitted that he changed the software to take the timestamp away. I mean, here's the thing. Celebrite is like the gold standard, right? They're bread and butter, the bulk of their income. And I don't know if they're a privately held company. No, they're publicly held, because I remember we looked up their stock price once. Their bread and butter is government contracts. Okay? It just is. It just is. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here we go. While the opposition desperately tries to break out the allegations against each Commonwealth witness and each cause of action, it only confirms that Ms. Reed impermissibly groups these 5 Commonwealth witnesses collectively to mask the absence of any germane non-petitioning activity specific to them. Here's the problem. The Knicks won. All right, 2 games up on San Antonio. Thanks, Scott. Here's the thing, and I've also been screaming this since the beginning. There's a Grateful Dead song called Comes a Time. And it starts like this. Comes a time when the blind man takes your hand, says, can't you see? The fact that one attorney is representing all of these people is and has always been a conflict, a problem, and this is making it even a bigger problem. You're saying that Ms. Reed is impermissibly grouping these 5 Commonwealth witnesses together? You're representing each and every one of them. Who's got the conflict now? Counselors, 2 of your clients are law enforcement. You can call them House defendants and Commonwealth witnesses all you want, but 2 of them are law enforcement, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Again, they're the defendants in this case, so I'm getting confused again. It is, this law firm represents Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Higgins, 5 of them. Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is going to have different interests than his wife, Nicole Albert, who's not held to any higher standard at all. Some of these people did some things, and some of these people did not. Jennifer McCabe allegedly Googled Hos long to dying cold. And so that activity is going to be different than, you're absolutely right, Brian Higgins lying about being in the Sallyport that night. How can you represent all of these people? You can't. Each one of them has a different defense. And some of them may turn against each other. Right. Yeah. Can't you see? Another great Marshall Tuckerman. Marshall Tuckerman. Can't you see? Can't you see what that woman is doing to me? I wonder if that's on our playlist. I got to go back and look at it. You cannot represent all of these people. In my opinion, it is a recipe for legal malpractice. But go on with your bad selves and keep doing it. Where were we? Brian Higgins destroyed his cell phone. Brian Albert got a new cell phone. Nicole Albert didn't get a new cell phone. Nicole Albert wasn't involved in the butt dials and the butt answers. What are you doing? Indeed, in attempting to circumvent the opening motion's group pleading argument, that's their motion, that's their opening motion, The opposition fails to cite a single case supporting the proposition that moving a body, discarding a cell phone, or communicating with friends and family regarding the death of a loved one. Oh my God. John O'Keefe is not their loved one. And if he was, you can bet those group messages would have sounded a little bit different. Are you kidding? Who's trying to even who's trying to pull the wool over the court's eyes now? Communicating with friends and family regarding the death of a loved one? There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. Can you get here quick? Yeah, he got out of the car. He's been there for a couple hours. We just rolled him. They just flipped him over. There's a man. There's a guy unresponsive. Send help quick. Didn't even run into her sister's house. There's no case about that because a case like that doesn't exist, because who would ever do such a thing? Probably the other people trying to frame the other guy. The person probably got convicted, but Karen Read has the money to fight you now because there's a lot of people behind her. Tell him the guy never went in the house. Yeah, the loved one. The loved one. Yep. Scott says that's why Goode was so shady. I'm betting he knew. Oh, nope, he took that down. The death of a loved one could constitute initiating a criminal prosecution for a malicious prosecution claim. Yes, when two of the defendants are law enforcement, it absolutely could help initiate a prosecution for a malicious prosecution claim. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But yeah, a guy who's on the Boston Police Department and his brother is on the first responding Canton Police Department, you don't think that that could happen? When Brian Higgins, who's also a defendant here, happened to be in the house at 34 Fairview that night and then went wandering around the Sallyport where the evidence was brought and the responding police department, he's got an office there. You don't think that could constitute initiating a criminal prosecution when you're working with your friends in the building? Come on. Really? Are you really making this argument in good faith, or are we all in the same joke here? The only allegations that could relate to that claim and Ms. Read's other claims would be the Commonwealth witnesses' statements to police and their trial or grand jury testimony, all of which are paramount petitioning activities. Here's the thing also, I just thought of, right? Like we're talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins has an office in Canton PD. Brian Albert, his brother works at Canton PD. What did Nicole Albert do? Nothing. So Nicole Albert might not be part of this malicious prosecution claim, but Brian Albert and Brian Higgins sure as hell can be. And now you got one lawyer representing all of them. Come on. This is insane. Ms. Read fails to provide any evidence to establish that the Commonwealth witnesses' statements had no legal or factual basis. Okay. Again, we haven't had discovery yet. And if you take everything in the complaint as true, you're all in a whole shit ton of hot water. Right. Got rid of the dog. All of it. Nicole loves to clean. She loves to clean. Because Ms. Read's claims against each of the Commonwealth witnesses are based solely on petitioning activity, she must show by a preponderance of the evidence that the petitioning activity had no legal or factual basis. A, quote, difficult task. Yeah. Not so difficult when her amended complaint was so specific. Again, I mean, this really doesn't even deserve like the full-on reading, but I'm going to keep going. Despite that difficult task, Ms. Read offers zero evidence showing that each Commonwealth witness's statements lacked any factual basis. Well, who do you think would be the first to fold out of those five? My vote is for Nicole Albert. I mean, she was so scared on the stand. She just was so scared. She just did not. She wanted to be anywhere but there. Anywhere but there. And poor Nicole Albert. She didn't ask for this. Matt McCabe is in IT. Did he do certain things that other people were not equipped to do? I don't know. But again, That is another reason why all of these 5 people have different interests and they should each have their own attorney. My opinion. My opinion. Ms. Reed does not even attempt to dispute their statements that Officer O'Keefe never entered 34 Fairview, or Ms. McCabe's statements regarding several incriminating statements made by Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. Ms. Reed's entire case hinges on whether those statements were lies. Well, I mean, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? JP says, can't Aiden use this filing to prove he was doing petitioning activity? No, because this is a motion. This is written by an attorney. It's not evidence. But that's a good question, JP. I mean, he could, use some of the facts pointed out and the evidence in here, but he can't use the actual motion itself. But it certainly opens up a lot of rabbit holes, right? Yet remarkably, in her first sworn testimony since Officer O'Keefe was killed, Ms. Reed conspicuously omits any assertion that she ever witnessed Officer O'Keefe enter the home. I don't know. I don't think that's fatal. I mean, it was fatal for John O'Keefe. That's not even a funny joke. That's just horrific. But whether or not Karen saw John go into the house personally, in my opinion, makes no difference. Just because 11 people said he didn't come in the house, something could have happened in the backyard. We've talked about this a million times. Ms. Reed's omission undoubtedly reflects the truth. She never saw Officer O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview because, in fact, he did not. But that's not what that means. Just because Karen Reed doesn't say she saw him in the house does not mean that he didn't. That's the most ridiculous statement. And she said she saw him walking to the door. She saw him approaching the door. She saw him open the door. I don't know. I don't care. The point of this argument is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. No one saw him on the lawn. That is what she told the police on January 29th, 2022. That is consistent with the data admitting during Miss Reed's second murder trial. Oh, what data? Footnote 4. Ian Whiffin's report, which is attached here, concluded. They're saying Ian Whiffin's March 2025 expert report. Okay, so this is the second report. This is the report he did for the second trial. And they say, we have Ian Whiffin's report concluding there was no evidence of a flight climb event occurring once Officer O'Keefe's device had arrived at Fairview Road. That the battery temperature of Officer O'Keefe's iPhone declined for several hours after 12:37 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. That the final user interaction with Officer O'Keefe's device was at 00:32:09 when the device was locked, and that the last step of the health data was recorded at 32:09. So 12:32:16. Okay, well, then it's impossible that he was hit with Karen Reed's car because she connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36. There's no way, even if she was driving chitty bang bang, that she would have made it home in 4 minutes. So you just busted up your own argument because apparently maybe you don't know the case. Am I wrong? If you're saying that Officer O'Keefe locked his device at 12:32:09 and that his last health data was at 12:32:16, then there's no way he was hit with Karen Reed's car because she was hooked up to the One Meadows Wi-Fi at 12:36. Okay? Case closed. End of story. We're done here. Carly says, I love when Mel cooks on a Friday. Welcome to my barbecue. Stupid. That is consistent with the crime scene. Oh, wait a second. So you're calling it a crime scene. That's so funny because Michael Proctor didn't think it was a crime scene. He didn't even go there that day. Nobody else thought it was a crime scene either because they didn't even put up some caution tape or police tape. They left the house completely unsecured. The lawn was completely unsecured for something like 8 hours until it was dark again and something like 2 feet of snow fell. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, despite their best efforts, the Canton PD with a leaf blower, and they found some clear cocktail glass, no pieces of red taillight were found. Come on, this is ridiculous. Higgins did see somebody in the house. That's right. Higgins did see someone in the house. That is consistent with the crime scene. What footnote 5 says, see docket. Oh. That is also consistent with the testimony of every single witness. What? What is? That nobody saw John O'Keefe go in the house? Higgins saw somebody that he couldn't identify. Remember that? Ms. Reed's affidavit also conspicuously omits any denial she made incriminating statements on the morning of January 29th of 2022. In the amended complaint, Ms. Reed complained that Ms. McCabe allegedly gave false testimony that Ms. Reed made incriminating statements on January 29th, 2022. Ms. Reed's failure to dispute this in her first ever sworn testimony not only confirms her responsibility for the death of Officer. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Really? Are there any lawyers in the chat? I feel like I'm insane sometimes. This is one of those times. Ms. Reed's failure to dispute this in her first ever sworn testimony not only confirms, her responsibility for the death of Officer O'Keefe, but also that Ms. McCabe's statements and testimony regarding incriminating statements constitute protected petitioning activity grounded in a clear factual basis. Okay, can we talk about physics, science, medicine, injuries? All the evidence that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. The time drifts. I forgot about time drifting. Rather than attempt to show the Commonwealth's witness statements were devoid of a factual or legal basis, Ms. Reed instead cites evidence attempting to, 1, establish that she did not murder Officer O'Keefe, and 2, attack the Commonwealth witness's credibility. This effort to deflect not only fails to address the relevant anti-SLAPP issue, blah, 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 blah. Instead, Ms. Reed mischaracterizes the relied upon evidence in an egregiously self-serving manner, deliberately misleading this court regarding what was admitted at trial. Okay, here's what they say. Footnote 6. Well, this effort to deflect not only fails to address the relevant anti-SLAPP issue, but also fails to achieve its stated goal. And then footnote 6 says, in doing so, Ms. Reed gratuitously ignores the critical evidence reflecting her responsibility for the death of Officer O'Keefe. His and her phone data, his phone temperature, his phone pocket state, his phone GPS information, her car data, the fact that he stopped moving the very moment she completed a high-speed reverse, the significant damage to her right rear taillight, which cannot be explained away by her contact with Officer O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse, the evidence at the crime scene, and her own several incriminating statements on January 29th of 2022. That's so funny. I mean, this is just... We watched it twice. We read the book twice. We didn't forget the ending. We watched the movie. We know the ending. She's acquitted. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe. Okay, that's it. It's it. End of story. And here's where you guys need to start doing the work. And I know you will. And you probably already have. And I just haven't seen it because I don't engage on Twitter. And here's what they say. For example, the opposition cites the trial testimony of Dr. Irene Squirty Bello. Ms. Reed asserts, without pin cite, footnote 7. And this is hilarious. This is why we go to the footnotes, because this is funny. Indeed, the opposition is littered with citations to hundreds of pages of trial testimony that fail to direct the court to the precise portions of the trial testimony that purportedly support Ms. Reed's assertions. You know what is so funny about that? These same lawyers who just wrote that sentence in footnote 7 on page 8 of this reply just filed a 50-page complaint with 60 footnotes. How do we know? Because it took 4 shows to get through, something like 20 hours of coverage, because we clicked on every single video and every single footnote. Not one of those videos was time-stamped for the court. Some of them were 4 hours long because, you know, they were Read Kearney presentations. And that is just so amusing to me. The filing also fails to include a copy of attachment 4, selectively curated grand jury testimony, right? It was Brian Higgins' grand jury testimony, we found out, which was not subject to a motion to seal or provided to defense counsel prior to the filing of this reply. That's right. She just made a motion she asked for them to consent to her just, instead of attaching it, just referring to a different exhibit instead. And they said no. And then they say, moreover, the opposition and supporting exhibits were filed without optical character recognition, OCR, which would require taking the affirmative step of printing the documents, scanning them, and then re-uploading them prior to filing. Of course, filing documents without OCR deprives the court and counsel of the ability to effectively search those documents. These efforts only underscore the opposition's wholesale attempt to mislead this court regarding critical facts by frustrating any ability to verify the accuracy of Ms. Reed's representations. You know what's so funny about that? Is that these same lawyers just got spanked in court the other day in the defamation case. There's so many cases, I know it's hard to keep track, for not attaching a thumb drive with all of those YouTube presentations on them. So funny. Funny, ironic, not like really funny, haha. Because we are all in on the same joke after all. Oh, please. I'm getting very dehydrated. Something tells me they didn't watch the movies. Ms. Reed asserts that Dr. Squirty-Bello testified that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were not consistent with a vehicle strike, but rather a physical altercation. However, a review of this trial testimony reveals that Dr. Squirty-Bello never said anything of the sort. Go on with your bad selves. Find it. Find the clips. I know you will. Dr. Irene Squirty-Bello testified at both trials. There's 2 sets of testimony for her. And she absolutely did say something like, these are not the typical injuries you would see from a car accident. Right? I know you guys will find the exact, because you know exactly what I'm talking about. To the contrary, when asked whether the injuries sustained by Officer O'Keefe could be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground, Dr. Squirty-Bello testified, yes, they can be. Who do they think they're kidding? I don't know. I don't even know. Dr. Squirty-Bello also testified that she didn't see any signs, major signs of what she would call a significant altercation. Well, there's other parts of her testimony from trial 2 where she absolutely did say they could be. But you guys will find it. And you can fight with the people over there on the cesspool if you want. I don't need to tell you because you guys already know. Ms. Reed also states again without proper citation that Dr. Squirty-Bello's testimony supports the allegation that Mr. O'Keefe suffered dog bite wounds. You know what they lost? The tissue samples from John O'Keefe's arm. Didn't they lose those? Or am I thinking of a different case? That Judge Ralph Wilson Jr. in Arkansas, he would have thrown that case out. This case based on that alone. Again, this is false. Instead, when asked about the scratches found on Officer O'Keefe's right arm, Dr. Squirty-Bello stated she did not know what caused them. You know who did say they were from a dog? Dr. Marie Russell. At no point throughout her testimony did Squirty-Bello state anything about a dog or dog bites. I don't have to tell you guys because you guys know better than anyone why none of this is accurate. In addition to the testimony of Dr. Squirty-Bello, Ms. Reed relies on the testimony of Ian Whiffen. Specifically, the opposition states that evidence was presented through Mr. Whiffen that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was at some point inside the Alberts home. He did say it could have been, right? Didn't he say he walked 80 paces and that could also be inside the house? Inside that circle? Part of it was inside the house? I remember that testimony. I was there. Ms. Reed fails to point the court to where in Mr. Whiffin's testimony he made such a statement, because he never did. Oh, somebody's mentioning the rule of completeness. I saw that fly by. That brother counsel's brother said something about the rule of completeness. Yeah, but I mean, it does make sense to also, if you're going to attach a whole video, to point the court to the place where Aiden Kearney said such a thing, or the point of the testimony where it is. And I'd have to go back at her opposition and look to see if they're even telling the truth, because I don't really believe anything they say. I know it is late. It's getting late. But you know, listen, it's Stanley Cup season. Golden Knights lost last night in overtime. They only play every other night. Oh, again, I'm here with you tonight instead of watching hockey, which I will be doing tomorrow night. Indeed, the testimony annexed to the opposition concerns only Ms. McCabe's Google search and Mr. Whiffin's conclusion that such search did not occur at 2:27 a.m. Again, go on and on and on with your bad selves. They say that Ian Whiffin said, "I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of January 29th. Nothing in the testimony of Mr. Whiffin cited by Ms. Reed concerns anything regarding Officer O'Keefe's cell phone." But note 8. To the extent that the opposition mistakenly included the wrong portion of Mr. Whiffin's testimony, the assertion that he ever testified that Officer O'Keefe's phone was at some point inside the Alberts home is still false. You guys will find it. You'll put it up. You'll dispute it, and you can do it. I know you will. During Ms. Reed's second murder trial, Mr. Whiffin discussed the GPS location data extracted from Officer O'Keefe's phone, but never testified conclusively that Officer O'Keefe's cell phone was ever inside of 34 Fairview. He said it was possible. To the contrary, Mr. Whiffin stated that in his expert opinion, Officer O'Keefe's cell phone never moved far away from the flagpole outside of 34 Fairview between 12:24, 33, and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022. Okay, that's not what he said, right? Thank you. Better luck tomorrow night. Thank you. Thank you, Kitty. Then they go on to talk about the Google search and how they say that that is a red herring because the theory of 227 was nullified during her second criminal trial because Mr. Whiffin said, because Mr. Whiffin said, and Karen didn't call Mr. Green at all during her second trial, so therefore she knew that 227 is not true. That's their argument. The court should not credit such gamesmanship, particularly when assessing whether Ms. Reed has satisfied her burden under the anti-SLAPP analysis. Accordingly, our motion should be granted. They think everything that they did and said is protected by the doctrine of absolute immunity. Accordingly, Ms. Reed's concession that the Commonwealth witnesses are immune from liability for their grand jury and trial testimony leaves her complaint as a hollow shell that fails to satisfy the requisite pleading standards. Let's see. They say that Karen attempts to salvage her claims by arguing that their statements to first responders on the morning somehow fall outside the doctrine's protection because, according to Ms. Reed, no criminal or judicial proceedings were then being contemplated or proposed. Well, they were by some people. Exactly, Josh or JP. No, her attorneys knew they didn't need to call Green to rebut Whiffin. He was a disaster for the Commonwealth. That's right. Whiffin whiffed, somebody said. According to the amended complaint, by the time the Commonwealth witnesses spoke to Sergeant Lank, officers had already arrived at the scene in response to a 911 call. A victim had been transported to the hospital and a police investigation was plainly underway. No, not really plainly underway. Nobody knew what happened to him. Somebody said it looked like he was in a fight, and Yuri Buchanan called it in as a domestic. There was no investigation. There was no investigation. There was no investigation. Donnie from Worcester is here. Yo, Donnie. Yo, Donnie. Says, I love that you're still going. I finished 2 8-hour shifts today. I have to do 2 more starting at 7 a.m. And here you are. He's my biggest fan. Yo, Donnie from Worcester. I love you too much, too. We had so much fun at the casino that night after the Wilbur. It was a good time. Thanks, Yo, Donnie. Indeed, the amended complaint itself states that the investigation begins when Canton PD officers arrived on scene shortly after 6 a.m. And critically, the amended complaint alleges that Sergeant Lank, the very officer to whom the Commonwealth witnesses spoke, was the detective sergeant who opined on a telephone call to MSP homicide that Officer O'Keefe looked like he had been in a fight. They didn't investigate any fight. Lank said he looked like he had been in a fight with Tyson. And so they go on and they blather some more and they blather some more. Please dismiss our case. They're saying that the overwhelming majority of Ms. Reed's allegations against the Commonwealth witnesses concern their statements to the MSP investigators, their testimony before the state grand jury, their testimony at trial, and their statements to a separate law enforcement agency. All of that conduct is concededly protected. But again, in her opposition, she went into so many other things that they did. And we read all of them. And this is just a last-ditch effort to try and convince the federal court judge to dismiss their case. And they say, for example, an allegation that one or more of the Commonwealth witnesses relocated Officer O'Keefe's body is not relevant to whether any particular Commonwealth witness commenced or continued criminal proceedings against Ms. Reed. The phone destruction allegations similarly do not state a claim. Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins maintained their phones until well after Ms. Reed's arrest and indictment, and therefore these acts could not possibly have contributed to law enforcement's decision to charge and prosecute Ms. Reed. Oh, footnote 10 reads, as outlined in the opening motion, should this case proceed to discovery, the Commonwealth witnesses will establish that Ms. Reed's continued assertions that Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins discarded or destroyed their cell phones are entirely false. Oh, please put that in a footnote. Please say that we didn't do it. Please say that we didn't do it. It says here, immunity covers all statements by a witness regardless of motive. Oh, if it was only so easy. Okay, and then they're going to say, oh, they're still going to argue statute of limitations, even though she basically didn't know she had a case until she was acquitted. But again, I still can't believe all these people are represented by the same attorney. And they go on and on and on. There's one thing that I wanted to point out to you that I don't think I got to highlight yet. If you want to read this word for word, we're going to have to break it up into a second stream. Okay, let's see. The fact that Ms. McCabe is alleged to have reached out to law enforcement 3 hours after leaving 34 Fairview on January 29th does not alter the court's analysis. Merely reporting to police what Ms. Reed said on the morning of January 29th, which, under oath, Ms. Reed conspicuously failed to refute. She doesn't have to put that in the affidavit. Does not constitute pressuring law enforcement to do anything. Oh, well, I think maybe, just maybe, that all of the Proctor's phone extraction is going to show a little bit of pressure by some of these people or all of these people on law enforcement to do everything. Because we know, because we've heard Aiden say it, that there were some messages from some of these people to Proctor saying something like, can't you just arrest him already? It's been in the papers. It's been in the papers. Right? Oh, it's midnight. We're going Friday into Saturday now. Do you think maybe some of the explosive stuff that came out yesterday is going to affect what's in Proctor's phone extraction is going to affect them? That's why they want to protect everything. What law enforcement ultimately chose to do with the information provided by Ms. Reed, by Ms. McCabe, does not by proxy automatically implicate Ms. McCabe in the prosecution's commencement. No. But in other cases, you asked for a lot of things from a lot of people. And again, it's all going to come out. It's all going to come out. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be fantastic. When it does. In my opinion, maybe. Just maybe. Oh, here we go. The assertion that some sort of back channel communication was ongoing through defendant Proctor's sister, who then apparently communicated with Mr. Albert's sister-in-law, who then apparently communicated with the Commonwealth witnesses, is far too attenuated to impute state actions on private parties, especially where the amended complaint fails to allege that those communications had anything to do with law enforcement's decision-making. Well, that's why we need discovery. Tell your brother I want to get him a gift when all this is over, Julie Albert, Colin Albert's mother, told Courtney Proctor, Michael Proctor's sister. The opposition states the Commonwealth witnesses entered a common plan to make it look like Mr. O'Keefe died due to exposure after being hit by Ms. Reed's car, and that they took multiple steps to carry out the plan, including moving Mr. O'Keefe's body to the area on the front lawn where Ms. Reed had dropped him off. The opposition then defends this body relocation theory as supported by a snowplow driver's testimony that he did not see a body at 2:30 a.m. and based on purported testimony from a medical examiner that Officer O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with being hit by a vehicle. Yeah, and that none of these people or anyone else who left the house saw John O'Keefe's body on the lawn. The amended complaint concedes that Ms. McCabe arrived home with her husband at 2:12 a.m. and remained there, and that Mr. Higgins was seen in the parking lot of the Canton PD at 1:30 a.m. Her own timeline thus excludes multiple Commonwealth witnesses from the very conduct she alleges against them as a group. Another reason why you should not be representing all of these people. This is painfully long. Didn't they also ask for additional pages for this? In support of her intentional infliction of emotional distress claim, Ms. Reed again relies on limone, arguing that it is a mirror image of her case. That's so funny, mirror image. Like a mirror image, like a mirror image, like an inverted video. That characterization is not just misleading, it's preposterous. Lemonade involved FBI agents who assisted an informant in doctoring statements, framed scapegoats, and scrambled to cover up the frame job by obstructing the scapegoats' efforts to clear their names. The extraordinary level of sustained governmental corruption and official misconduct prevalent in Lemonade bears no resemblance to the circumstances alleged against the Commonwealth witnesses. You might want to take that back. There was no backsies. There's no backsies once Proctor's phone extraction comes out and all your communications, eventually see the light of day. Even if they're protected today, doesn't mean they're going to be protected tomorrow. Which involve private citizens providing witness statements. Ms. Reed's attempt to analogize Lemonade is illegally and factually baseless and should be rejected. For the foregoing conclusions, please dismiss our case, give us our attorney's fees, and do all of the things. So again, they attach Ian Whiffin's entire report from 2025 about John's iPhone. It's like another 90 pages. You can get it if you want it. You can read it if you want. My head hurts too. My head hurts too, Carrie. Let's go back to your questions. Kathy, New Jersey. Kathy says, thanks for making the drive go by quickly as I head home from the beach. Oh, I hope you had a nice day at the beach. It was a gorgeous day here on the East Coast. Diana says, I love you. I love Bye Bye Birdie. Watched it a million times as a kid. Me too. I love that movie so much. Sindra, the accountant, says Proctor better go into witness protection. You better have a good excuse on Monday at 8:45 a.m. I can't wait to be on that Zoom. I can't broadcast it for you, but I'm going to be there. Carmen knows your address, says, happy 2 months. I've been here a lot longer. I know. I love your name. Wise Old Owl says, I love you with all my heart. I do too. Thank you so much for your 5. I know we got over 6,000 people still watching at midnight. And for those of you who are on the East Coast, the West Coast, the best coast, it's only 9 p.m. Cher says, it's the audacity of taking us all as fools, expecting us to assume they meant nothing by saying, tell them the guy never went in the house. Yep. Who could ever forget? Why should they be trusted? The guy, a so-called friend, they actually had the audacity in this pleading to say he was a loved one, the death of a loved one. Brian Albert didn't even know who he was, didn't even know that he was invited over. I don't know if Nicole Albert had ever met him before. Wild, right? Never once did we see any messages about, oh my God, I'm so upset about my dear loved one dying. Did you? Hi, Piney Woods. Piney Woods says, the whole of Norfolk County is in protection mode. Disgusting. Thank you, Joyce, for your memo. She just says, because I adore you. Oh, I love you so much. Let's keep going. Thank you, Cher, for your 20. Allison says, during a trial one sidebar, thank you to Trial Channel, Lally and defense discussed texts for upcoming, what? Lally and defense discussed texts for upcoming testimony. Canoni asks if for Proctor and or Goode, Canton PD knew from the federal text they were racist besties. Yeah, they've known about this for a very long time, and they did nothing about it. They did nothing about it, and now the world knows. The world knows. Thanks, Allison, for 10. A false memory is not a lie. Well done on the username. Says a 34 Fairview, the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, thank you. Look at Mozzie knows it. Mozzie, it's already tomorrow in Australia. Thanks, Mozzie the Aussie, for your super sticker. Hello, hello. Says Melanie, I had to leave for a few minutes. I didn't mean TV, but media from TV with court. Brendan was trying so hard that he's tried to stop the minor in her tracks. The minor knows, but still blames Karen. Sorry. Are you talking about the niece? I see what you're saying about the niece. We didn't get to hear much of her testimony, any of her testimony, because the cameras weren't allowed in. And yeah, listen, I've been saying this for a really long time that it was so wrong of the family to drag the niece and nephew into this case and into court. And their testimony wasn't necessary. And the trauma of testifying in front of the world, I mean, or in front of that very tiny courtroom full of people that they didn't know, it far outweighs any value of their testimony, in my opinion. And I still feel that way. I don't think that the niece needs to be a plaintiff in the wrongful death action either, because when you're a plaintiff and you're claiming intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, all of your medical records come into play and they're discoverable. All of your therapy records, all of your psychiatric records. She doesn't need this. For what? Right? Money? The case is never going to settle. And John O'Keefe is not hit by a car. Is it worth it? I don't think so. Hello says, I'm for Karen Reed. I think the kids are influenced trying to spit it out. I see what you're saying. I know. Trust me, you're not alone. A lot of people feel that way. False memory is not a lie says, he wasn't hit by a car, so it doesn't matter. That was Queen Dr. La Posada. Hello. Again, I got a question. Why didn't the niece find it weird that early in the morning? Was it normal? I have questions. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the niece. We don't know really much of her testimony. I don't know. I just can't answer those questions for you, but maybe some people in the chat know. Thank you for your 5. James said, I love you, Melanie. Thanks for everything you do. Oh, I love you right back, James. New Jersey Kathy says, BS on the OCR. They don't know Adobe. Thanks, Kathy. Larry says, I just want to mention that January 2nd, 2025, the prosecution made a motion to exclude Richard Green, so saying that her defense didn't call him is a lie. Yeah, but the motion wasn't granted. I do remember he was on the witness list, and they were debating about whether or not to call him, and I think they didn't need to call him because, right, he wasn't precluded. Michael Easter was precluded from testifying by the judge, but I don't think Richard Green did. Or was. Thanks, Larry, for your 5. Can the federal judge inquire why the Hos defendants are suing Reed separately in state court? Not really. I mean, it's not really germane. It's not really important. They don't have federal jurisdiction. So they wouldn't be able to bring that case in federal court anyway. And so they removed this case to federal court because they had the ability to do that because Karen was arguing civil rights violations, which is federal law. But in the defamation case, the Hos plaintiffs against Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney, they wouldn't even have federal court jurisdiction anyway. So thank you for your 5. Excellent question. Lucy became a new member. Lucy, you've been here forever. You've been here forever, Lucy. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. All right. A bunch of people bought me matcha latte too, which is so amazing because I really need not only hydration, but also caffeine. Jen, 5 matcha lattes says, for all the hard work you do. Thanks so much. Hope it helps this cleanse your palate from yesterday. Sheesh. I know. I feel like I got to wash my mouth out with soap. After yesterday. So what have we learned? What have we learned tonight? Who wants to recap? Hold on, somebody else. Darlene, thank you for buying me a matcha latte. Says, thanks for all your coverage. I love watching your channel. You're the best. I love you with all my heart. Thank you so much. You guys have sent me so much stuff that I just can't even look at it right now. You ever look at your inbox? Joyce, I adore you too. And you just get so overwhelmed by so many things in your inbox that you just close your inbox and you don't look at any of them. That's me. That's me. I think it's part of my adult onset, undiagnosed my entire life ADHD that I have self-diagnosed from Instagram. I really believe that. And it's part of it. It's part of the overwhelm, you know? All right. I think I have just about said everything that I could possibly say to you tonight in this past midnight. It's after midnight. We're going to let it all hang out. 12:14 a.m. We're letting it all hang out. I love you guys so much. And And I don't know when I will see you next, but probably over the weekend, because that's what always happens is that everything breaks. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Of course. Remember, Judge Gildea ordered for the emergency Zoom hearing at 8:45 on Monday morning because Proctor wants to get out of his deposition for Monday. Any opposition papers have to be filed by Sunday night. However, I don't think there's going to be anyone at the courthouse to scan them in. So I don't know if we'll get a hold of them. DMB rules. Are you going to any shows, Meg? Meg Notre Damsel. I love that be a picture. Are you going to any shows? Summer tour, babe. Look at all my posters behind me. They're all Dave Matthews right now. Sometimes there's Dead or Dead and Company up there. Thank you, Red Lips and Lashes. And thank you for spending your 4 hours with me. Just let me make sure one thing. Just let me make sure of one little thing. Hold on a second. Make sure, please, if you would do me the favor of commenting, liking, hyping the stream, sharing it out on your Facebook, doing all the things that YouTube likes, because you know what they are. Ain't no place I'd rather be than spending my Friday evening with you from 7:30 until almost 12:30. And yes, game 3 will be tonight in Vegas at 8 p.m. Eastern. Hurricanes versus the Golden Knights. Let's go Vegas. John Tortorella is the coach. He used to coach the Rangers. I've been to a playoff series once in Carolina, and not for nothing, but number one, the fans were really mean. Number two, everybody was really drunk in my section. I did not like it at all. And number 3, you only have one chance. Okay, let's go Canes. Like, enough. Can we? I'm sorry if you're a Canes fan, but I'm really not, because we hockey fans are very superstitious. You know what we did not do, and I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't do the motivational quote of the day, did we? No, I don't think we did. Today's June 5th. Better late than never. Oh, and this is a good one too. Edith Wharton said, "Be the candle or the mirror that reflects it." It's very deep. Be the candle or the mirror that reflects it. Let this bring you into your Saturday. That's Edith Wharton. If you're in Australia, it's already been Saturday for quite some time. And then, of course, we need a empowerment card. Hold on. And we're really getting to the bottom of this deck now. You want another one for June 6th? Okay, I'll do another one after this. Come on, empowerment card. I'll give you one empowerment card and then one more quote, and then we're all going to bed, okay? Here we go. Know your worth. Know your worth. All of you. Know your worth. All right, hold on. June 6th. Benjamin Disraeli said, "A university should be a place of light, of liberty, and of learning." A university should be a place of light, of liberty, and of learning. Not as good as the first one, which is be the candle or the mirror that reflects it. Edith Wharton. Fitting. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'm sure I'll see you at some point. That's why you want to make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, get all the notifications. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Thank you, moderators. I could never do this without you. How am I hiccuping? Love you guys. Thank you, Red Lips and Lashes, again. I love you with all my heart. Good night, everybody.